Well, this used to be the biggest game in the National Hockey League, and if Toronto can bring up their stats.
Fellow who was a hero when this was his home and now playing at the Dome, and to address that and a matchup, let's go to Ken Daniels.
Thank you, Ron. A name and number familiar to the Montreal Forum will make his final appearance at the Calgary Saddledome here tonight. It is indeed a very special evening for Guy Lafleur, one of hockey's most thrilling personalities, without a doubt. Of course, fans here in Calgary and around the National Hockey League remember Guy Lafleur best from his days as a Montreal Canadian. 6 50-plus goal seasons for Guy Lafleur, many of his 556 goals scored in spectacular fashion, including this one next door at the Corral. This is Lafleur's final season, and teams around the league are marking the occasion. In Winnipeg, a spontaneous moment to remember. In Vancouver, the 39-year-old Lafleur received a chair for his use down the road. Guy Lafleur began his hockey career back in 1971. At that time, fellows by the name of Theoren Fleury and Joe Sakic were just 3 years old. When they grew up as teenagers, those two would meet again in the Western Hockey League. Joe Sakic is a graduate of the Swift Current Broncos. In 3 NHL seasons, he's accomplished quite a bit. Theoren Fleury is a graduate of the Moose Jaw Warriors, small in stature, but big in heart and point totals, a career-high 72 this season. Tonight, from the Saddledome, Fleury and the Flames meet Lafleur and Les Nordiques. Now, further west to Vancouver and Scotto.
Ken, the story here in Vancouver has been the effects or lack thereof that goes with coaching. Pat Quinn took over from him on the 1st of February. Under Quinn, the Canucks have gone 2-6-2, but that record really is a...
Right now. So I've asked our players to try to concentrate on the fundamentals they're importing to get the end result being a win. Importing to get the end result being a win. Everybody wants to win, but we focus too hard on that at the end of the night, and it gets frustrating to, at the end of the night, to see that you might not have that win when they forgot about the elements that cause you to be in a position to win.
Well, tonight's is a game the Canucks would be best advised to win. Detroit provides the opposition, and 1991 is a big combination for the Wings. 19, Steve Yzerman. He is a bona fide superstar, and number 91 is Sergei Fedorov. He is a budding star, and they lead the Wings in scoring. It is Detroit versus Vancouver at Pacific Coliseum tonight. Now back to Ron McLean in Montreal.
Okay, Scott, thanks very much. And what a week for the Wings. They've earned 3 big ties. There goes Don Koharski. Let's go Burlington, he said. 3 ties in Chicago, Edmonton, and Calgary, and now, of course, they have a matchup in Vancouver where they'll try to get a win on the road, which has been rare. Goalies will be a big part of the story in the Montreal-Toronto get-together. They're going with young guns in the nets. Andre Racicot and J.C. Bergeron have each appeared in 15 games, and the Canadians have been 500 without Patrick Roy. Peter Ing for Toronto's been in 46 games this year, and Jeff Reese has made 20 starts. So a matchup that's rich in history features no vets in the nets tonight. Also ahead on Inside Hockey, a look at Charlie Simmer with Brian McFarland coming up next. 3 games for you coast and coast in Canada. The matchup at the Pacific Coliseum features Steve Yzerman of the Detroit Red Wings against Trevor Linden and the Vancouver Canucks. At the Olympic Saddledome in Calgary, Joe Sakic and the Nordiques face the Calgary Flames, who are unbeaten in 10 games at home. And at the Montreal Forum, it's the Toronto Maple Leafs. Gary Leeman may not play against Russ Courtnall and the Habs. That's all coming up next.
Against Ledyard. Drops it off for Richer. Good move. Score!
Molson Hockey Night in Canada on CBC is brought to you by Molson Canadian, what beer's all about. By Ford of Canada, where quality is more than a commitment, quality is job one. And by Esso Associates and Imperial Oil, you're on your way with Esso.
While it's not unusual to find a four-wheel drive vehicle in an environment like this, you may be surprised to find an environment like this in a four-wheel drive vehicle. Ford Aerostar four-wheel drive with standard rear anti-lock brakes and a powerful 4-liter competitive V6 engine. It handles the road as easily as it handles Mother Nature.
You know what I need? Something different.
Something good. It doesn't cost a lot.
McDonald's value means 2 great new tastes at a price that's really easy to live with. McChicken Club and Quarter Pounder Club, just $2.49 each. Seasoned chicken or 100% pure beef with lettuce, ripe tomato, mayo, and bacon.
Now this is good.
And just $2.49. So remember, for a limited time, McDonald's value comes in 2 new great tasting clubs.
You can always count on McDonald's.
Always good food, always good value.
Ken Daniels welcoming you back to Calgary in the Olympic Saddledome, which will be busy during the next 6 weeks as the Flames prepare for postseason. Their opponents tonight, the Quebec Nordiques. It's a cliche, but the Flames have been red hot, and it's been that way ever since Super Bowl Sunday. The Flames appear to have solved their puzzling problems, and 2 big reasons for that: the firm of Gilmore and Fleury, a tandem Coach Riseborough united strictly for its offensive capabilities. No better example than 48 hours ago, when Fleury's remarkable effort allowed Gilmore to pop the winner against the Canucks. Gilmore and Fleury are both streaking, but not streaky, and that's been the key, and a major reason why the Flames have made the fight for first in the Smythe a 2-team race over the past month. And this is the 3rd meeting of the season between the Calgary Flames and the Quebec Nordiques, and so far so good, as surprising as it may seem, for the Nordiques. They first met at Le Colisée back on December the 2nd, and on that night the Quebec Nordiques held Calgary to a 5-5 tie. They returned here to the Saddledome just about 1 week later, and Quebec came out on top of that game 5-2. As a matter of fact, the 2 teams have tied 3 of their past 5 in which they have played one another. Now, the Calgary Flames complete a 5-game homestand tonight with this game against the Quebec Nordiques. They have been red hot. In their last 10 games at home, they hold a record of 9-0-1. And talk about scoring goals. Over that span of 10 games, the Flames have managed to score 61, 6.05 goals per contest, and they have only allowed 25 over that period. As we check out the overall standings, other games we will watch tonight include Boston and St. Louis as these 2 teams battle for top spot. Chicago sitting in 3rd, and of course there you see the Calgary Flames with 73 points in 5th overall. Now, what you are seeing tonight as far as the Quebec Nordiques are concerned is a very youthful team, and especially in its infancy stages. The Nordiques will get better. For a very special presentation to a very special player, here's Saddledome public address announcer Russ Peake.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight marks a very special occasion in Calgary's hockey history. One of the game's greatest stars and a true hockey ambassador makes his final appearance in Calgary as a player. Guy Lafleur, already a member of hockey's Hall of Fame, is playing in his 17th NHL season, having appeared in over 1,100 games with 1,342 points, including 556 goals. The Flames are proud to recognize the many outstanding accomplishments of this great athlete and say thank you for so many exciting moments. At this time, we introduce the Flames Vice President of Corporate and Community Relations, Lanny McDonald, Flames Captain Doug Gilmore, and a very special friend of Guy's, Corey Guernsey, for a special presentation to Guy. Lanny McDonald presents a silver service tray to Guy with the inscription, "In recognition of your outstanding accomplishments and contributions to the game of hockey, we salute one of the NHL's great ambassadors." And we ask Corey Guernsey to assist Doug Gilmore in presenting a pair of handmade Python Western boots from Calgary's own Alberta Boot Company. Thanks for the memories, Guy, and continued success. Good luck.
Well, after Bobby Orr and before Wayne Gretzky, simply no one played the game any better than Guy Lafleur. We are watching a legend. And in Western Canada this week, they have been saying thank you and farewell. Well, Jim Poplinski remembers Guy Lafleur well. I bet he was a terror to play against.
Well, he certainly was, Chris. And I remember the first time I ever played against Guy Lafleur at the old Corral. And that was the day where I felt that I had arrived in the National Hockey League. Brings a great memory back. The other memory I have was in 1978 where he scored that big goal against the Boston Bruins. So a lot of incredible memories with Guy Lafleur.
And there is the Flower, 39 years of age. And we're looking forward to seeing how he finishes out his career against the Flames tonight. The officials tonight, Robbie Schick, the referee, the linesman Mike Speak, and Shane Heyer. Starting in goal for the Quebec Nordiques, Jacques Cloutier. He went from the Chicago Blackhawks, a team with the best defensive record in the NHL, to Quebec and the worst goals against, but he's happy to be playing with the Nordiques, and he makes his 8th appearance tonight. And Mike Vernon has been one of the hottest Flames of late. He rides a 6-game win streak into this evening's game. He is tied for second among National Hockey League goaltenders with 24 victories on the year. So Mike Vernon and Jacques Cloutier are ready, and so are we, as Guy Lafleur starts with Joe Sakic and Mike Huck for the Nordiques. Up against the red-hot line for the Flames, Gilmore, Fleury, and Matteau, and a quick icing call.
Well, Quebec has had an incredible number of injuries this year. They've lost 268 man games to injury. The biggest disappointment for them right now is Curtis Lesishin, I would say. He just injured his knee in Vancouver, and he's going to be out for quite some time. He was their best defenseman, a young guy, and it's going to be difficult for him to recuperate over the summer. Calgary, Jim Kite missing his first game in quite some time. Dana Merzen back in the lineup after being out December 1st with a shoulder injury.
Dana Merzen not a member of the scratch list for the first time in 35 games, so he's excited, and so is Theoren Fleury about the way he's played lately. Fleury inside the line, pass in front, knocked away by Lafleur. McInnes gets another chance. Hit Willanen with that shot. Lafleur after it in the corner against Stefan Matteau, and up with it is Joe Sakic. What another outstanding year he is having. Sakic on right wing, looking for Lafleur, knocked down by Musial. Joe Sakic, number 19, on his way to his second straight 100-point season. McInnes clears it in. Cloutier out of the goal. Gilmore right after it. Puts it in front. And up with it there is Sakic. 8th among NHL scoring leaders. Sakic inside the line. Sundin in front, scores! Joe Sakic with the perfect pass to Matt Sundin.
Well, Matt Sundin has got great size. He's very, very competitive. And he shows you why he was a first-round pick. Take a look at him from center ice in. Sakic has got those great hands, and Sundin just keeps skating, and a nice crisscross that confuses the Flames defenseman. Rick Natras gets a little bit out of position, and Sakic and Sundin capitalize on that. A good move by Sundin to beat Mike Vernon as well.
17th goal of the year for Matt Sundin. He's second among rookie scorers in the National Hockey League, and when you ask the Nordique coaches about the positives and the silver lining to a very disappointing season, Matt Sundin is about the first player they talk about. Sundin from Sakic at 57 seconds, and the Nordiques have struck first. Nieuwendyk now out with Makarov and Gary Roberts. Nieuwendyk got by Sundin and clears it in. That's Randy Belichick back to get it, the veteran, to Sundin, back to Belichick, and out at center for Tony Herkus. He played a season here in Calgary for the Canadian Olympic team back in '86.
Chris, I should mention, too, Gary Suter's not played tonight. He's been a fixture on the Calgary Flames defense, and he's missing his first game in quite some time.
Here's the former Leaf. Scott Pearson scores! Scott Pearson blew that shot by Mike Vernon, and 1:50 into the first period. It's 2-0 Nordiques.
Well, Mike Vernon got caught sleeping on that goal. Pearson with a quick shot, and Doug Risebrough is not happy at all about it. Take a look at the pass by Vermette. The Nordiques are skating. They've got a lead now. Pearson keeps moving. He shoots as soon as he gets the opportunity, and Mike Vernon has to come across because that pass was quick. A well-positioned shot, and Mike Vernon, not as sharp as he would have liked, finds himself down by a couple of goals with only a minute and 50 seconds gone in this opening period.
Pearson from Vermette and Velishek at 150. Mike Vernon in some ways a surprise starter tonight in that the Flames have been alternating for the most part, and Vernon was in goal against Vancouver, and I kind of thought Rick Walmsley would be in against his old teammate Guy Lafleur tonight, but it is Vernon, and he's off to a tough start. 2-0 Nordiques in the opening 2 minutes.
Well, a couple of changes. Doug Risebrough's made some changes tonight with Gary Suter being out and Jim Kite. That's a surprise. Mike Vernon had quite a shot right in the middle of his head a couple of weeks ago against the Chicago Blackhawks. Steve Larmer hammered a very, very hard wrist shot. Didn't break the helmet, but it pushed it right into his forehead. Took 10 stitches to close it up. So without that helmet, I'd hate to have seen what would have happened.
Reichel, Benson, and Mark Hunter for the Flames. Here's McInnes at the point. The shot kicked away by Cloutier. Now it's Vermette getting it outside the line. Lead pass for Kip Miller. A couple of Hobey Baker winners in the Quebec Nordiques lineup. Kip Miller, 49 is one. Tony Herkus, number 40 the other. That's the Outstanding Player Award in U.S. college hockey. So there's plenty of potential talent here with the Nordiques, and Dave Chambers now has to be patient and hope it all comes together.
Well, we had a couple of lengthy conversations with Dave this morning. He coached me in junior, Chris. That's over 10 years ago, but he's a guy that's quite a good tactician, and he's having some problems right now adjusting to losing a lot of games. He's not a coach that has lost very many games in his coaching career. He was very successful with York University, coached over in Italy. Didn't have quite as much success as he would have liked with the Marlies back in 1979. But he's finding it difficult right now, and something that I think all the Quebec Nordiques have to be sure that they don't fall into losing as a way of life when they want to get changed around.
Here's Dana Merzen back on the ice for the first time since December 1st when he had that terrible shoulder injury at the Forum in Montreal. Flames on the attack. Pass for Otto cut off. Jamie McCowan moves in, looks to center against Mario Doyon, playing his first game of the year for the Nordiques. And back out comes Mike Huff for Quebec. Huff over the line, gets the shot right on, and the fans are on Mike Vernon. And I'm sure the Nordiques will try to get as many shots on goal quickly after their early success. Steve Finn, the road captain of the Nordiques, passes it ahead. There's Owen Nolan, who was the first draft choice overall this summer, but Nolan has found the going tough in the NHL. Roger Johansson. And now Theron Fleury. Up to Gilmore. These two Flames have dominated in the past couple of weeks. Gilmore and Fleury. There's Herkus putting it right in on his own goaltender Cloutier. Here's Pearson, one of the goal scorers here for Quebec in the first period. Pearson gets it again and brings it in just offside. But it's a great start for the Nordiques. Sundin and Pearson are the goal scorers in the first.
It's new. Speed Stick deodorant now has its most powerful combination of ingredients ever. Its stronger new formula delivers more defense against odor. It has no alcohol. Its protection doesn't fade. Speed Stick, new stronger formula.
After the scraping, after soothes, after the burning, after soothes, after aftershave skin conditioner. Nothing's more soothing after.
Hockey Night in Canada update from the Coliseum. The Flyers and Islanders and the Philadelphia Flyers. Derek Smith will slide one under Healy. The red light beats the green light. 1959. After one, it's 3-1 Flyers. Now back upstairs to Chris.
Thank you, Ken. 7 games on the NHL schedule tonight, and we'll be keeping our eyes on all of them for you with updates right across North America. 2-0 here as Al McInnes can't clear it. Pearson with the shot. That was blocked, and out comes Gilmore. Doug Gilmore inside the line. Works past Velishek in. Cloutier went down and made the save. Now Tony Herkus comes back for the Nordiques. It's Matt Sundin into the zone. Centers it out in front, and Fleury will turn with it. Theron Fleury on a 7-game point scoring streak. Then McInnes takes the big shot. Gilmore now after it as Velishek got his stick up with McInnes. Sundin with the steal, and back he comes to Gusara. Alexei Gusara to Sundin, moving in, right in on goal, and Vernon went down as the puck slid to the side of the net. Cloutier now out at center ice. Kip Miller taken into the boards by Roberts. Jamie McCowan's on the move. McCowan against Paul Gillis, one of the veterans of the Nordique team. Makarov back to McCowan. That shot drifted in wide of the goal. Makarov digs it out, but clears it outside his line. And now it's Finn. Off the boards to Miller. Good pass on the right side to Vermette. He can't control it. And the Flames regroup. Paul Gillis. Boy, he was with the Nordiques in '85 when they went to the Wales Conference Final against Philadelphia. The times have changed for the Nordiques in the last 6 years. Merzen out to Makarov. Loose on the right side's Nieuwendyk. Shooting, and he shot high. Gary Roberts passes it behind the goal. Finn is there for the Nordiques. Mike Huck can't control. Neatly recovered and got it up to Lafleur, and the chance of Guy are heard here at the Saddledome as Lafleur whistled it wide. Get the feeling that if Lafleur scores against the Flames tonight, nobody here at the Saddledome will mind, except Mike Vernon.
Well, the fans tend to get on Mike Vernon. He's won 6 games in a row. A couple of quick goals. They're booing him already.
Here's Paul Fenton in on the backhand, knocked down by Mario Dwyer after he got the shot on goal. Lafleur in his own zone, gave it away to Fenton. Fenton centers it, and Cloutier at the side of the net. Another chance, and a big stop by Cloutier as Mark Hunter had a point-blank chance. Sakic back for the Nordiques. In it goes to Velizhchek. The shot was blocked, and Rick Natras has it for Calgary. 6 minutes, 15 seconds gone. First period, Lafleur with the steal. Nordiques up by 2. Hard to believe that the Nordiques lead the season series 1-0 with 1 game tied. Flames need this one to salvage a split.
To Calgary, a little lackadaisical tonight.
And there was another indication as Natras gives it away. Fortunately for the Flames, offside the call with 13:24 left in the first.
When you're busy being a mom and chauffeur, the last thing you're thinking about is your brakes, right? But if something told you they weren't right, would you know where to go? You don't want to trust them to just anybody, so you go to Midas. Free 49-point brake inspection, trained experts, written estimate, the famous Midas guarantee. And nice people.
Good morning, Murray.
That really look after you. When it comes to brakes, nobody tops the Top Guns. Nobody.
Well, Jacques Cloutier doing a good job early in this game and manages to keep the score in Quebec's favor. Look at Cloutier, good stand-up goaltender, keeping his position well. Doesn't go down, and Hunter is ready for a shot, and look at that right leg kick out with an outstanding save.
Cloutier, a former Buffalo Sabre, and the Sabres appearing to be in disarray this week, fighting in practice amongst themselves, have a 2-0 lead against the Hartford Whalers. Once again, Vernon gets a reaction from the crowd for making a routine stop. Al McInnes in his own zone. Otto, Hunter, and McClellan up front for the Flames. There's Brian McClellan, but Nolan gets there first. Owen Nolan tripped up by McClellan, gets it ahead to Claude Boiselle. Paul Gillis is on the left wing. Now McClellan for the Flames, up ahead to Otto. Otto at center. McInnes joined the play. Puck knocked down, and the Nordiques regroup as the Flames make a line change. Owen Nolan takes the shot, and now he sends it in, and the Nordiques will change them up as Pearson comes over the boards with Herkus. Here's Doug Gilmour. Hits the line, can't beat Herkus, and Sundin starts back. Merzen in front of the Calgary bench. He went down. Merzen seemed to be shaken up there. Now it's McCowan inside the line. Nominated as Man of the Year for the Calgary Flames. Merzen looked okay, Jim?
Merzen's gone straight over to the bench. Bearcat Murray's taking a quick look at him, but he's hurt his shoulder again. You can tell when you hurt your shoulder, it's very difficult to move your head at times. And Dana Merzen is having Bearcat Murray take a look at that shoulder and his face.
He's been ready to play for over a week now, getting his first action tonight. And there is Theoren Fleury having the best year of his young career, and he leads the National Hockey League in plus-minus and a scintillating plus 37.
Well, I never thought Theron Fleury would play in the National Hockey League. I think of being in training camp with him a few years ago. I thought with his size, there's no way. The thing I like about Fleury is he gets involved and he's there to answer the bell if somebody wants to straighten him out for what he's done. He'll take his punishment, and that's a nice thing to have when you've got the rest of the team standing up for you, to know a guy that will stand in there just like you will. Fleury's done a great job for the Flames this year.
Well, we're now told that Dana Merzen may have just got a stick in the face. And that's why he's getting the attention. We certainly hope it's not a recurrence of the shoulder problems. Here's Fleury inside the line. Passes to Mateau. The shot goes wide. Gilmore looking to center, and Joe Sakic steals, and he starts back. The all-star wheels, Cochran center, inside the line. Lafleur's in front. Sakic will try and get it to him, but he's checked by Johansson. Now Gilmore, challenged by Lafleur, and Gilmore dumps to center. Cloutier out of the net. Nice pass as Lafleur passes on right wing to Sakic. Watched by Musil. McInnes around the boards. Makarov to Nieuwendyk. He's got a full head of steam. Nieuwendyk into the zone. Out in front, and it took a hop off of Craig Wolanin wide. Close call there as Nieuwendyk looked dangerous. Gillis on the near side. Long pass cut off by Musil to Nieuwendyk. He chops it in. Cloutier takes a look. Wolanin around the boards. 10 minutes, 43 seconds to go. First period. 2-0 Nordiques. 2 goals in the first 2 minutes. Burbet has Makarov tied up. Here's Makarov ahead to Roberts. Belichick handed it to Nieuwendyk. Here's a centering pass to McCowan. The shot. And Cloutier kicked that out with his right pad. And now Cloutier holds on for a faceoff. Jamie McCowan leaned into that shot, but Cloutier got the best of it.
You know the right place. You know the right stuff. You know what's brewed the Rocky Mountain way. You know the right beer now.
Well, the Calgary Flames have had great success at the end of the last couple of seasons, as you can see, and because they have so many home games in the remainder of this season, such a great start, things look good for finishing. Dana Merzen just got a stick in the face, as Chris said. There was some concern on the bench that it was his shoulder. Bearcat Murray immediately went over, and at times when you've been out for as long as Dana has, since December 1st, your timing isn't great, so you tend to get some of those little injuries that you otherwise wouldn't get when you're sharp and in the game. The speed of the game is so much different than what it is in practice.
Pat Verbeek has got the Whalers on the board as they meet the Sabres tonight. It's a battle for third place in the Adams division. Although the Whalers were talking about challenging Montreal for second. They're 9 points back of the Canadiens, who have all those injury problems. Steve Finn, who scored the tying goal in Vancouver earlier this week in a 3-3 draw at the Pacific Coliseum. Where's the captaincy for Quebec? Puck kick free against the boards. That's Gusarov losing it. And there's a shot right on Cloutier, who's been called upon to make a couple of stops off Mark Hunter in this first period. Robert Reichel tried to turn with it, now has to regroup at center. The shots on goal are 10-4 Flames, but the score 2-0 Quebec.
When Calgary has the first goal of the game scored against them, Chris, they're barely over 500. 35 times this year, the opposition has scored first against the Flames.
Scott Pearson was looking for his second there, but couldn't tee up the puck. Now out comes Paul Fenton, who scored his first goal for the Flames last Sunday. He actually had 2 goals in a win over St. Louis. Robert Reichel in the slot. His shot deflects high over the glass and out of play. Well, let's update the other action tonight in the National Hockey League. Canucks leading Detroit early. The Red Wings with a pair of ties in Alberta this week. No score at the Forum in Montreal. And again, the Sabres leading Hartford 3-1 in the first. Flyers have a 3-1 lead, and still to come, battle for first overall. Boston and St. Louis and Chicago playing the resurging North Stars of Minnesota. 9:15 left in the first period here.
You'll see Roger Johansson has moved up on the wing. The Flames have got a lot of face-off plays that they use. And here's one of them now.
There's a shot right on by Rick Natras and a penalty coming up. And it looks like it will be Claude Loiselle with a holding call, and the Flames get a good shot on goal. Now we'll go on the power play.
So, what did he say?
Well, what else could he say? The contract's yours.
Congratulations. Great job.
Thanks. Speaking of great, this Best Western is a great place to stay.
So you've discovered Best Western.
Well, they've got their own personality, you know. And this one's got a terrific dining room, sauna, and good rates.
They're one of the largest hotel chains in the country.
Really?
We should consider Best Westerns for business trips all across the country.
Can we handle all those contracts?
For reservations, call 1-800-528-1234.
Well, Claude Loiselle will be out for a couple of minutes for holding, and this is a result of a special play that the Flames have. Look at Otto. He takes his man, makes sure that he can't move, and Loiselle, it's a little bit overzealous, holds Otto. Otto going to the net to get in front of Cloutier, and Rob Schick is right there to assess a penalty, and the Flames go on the power play with their power play that's 4th overall in the National Hockey League right now.
Flames behind Pittsburgh, the Rangers, and Chicago in power play percentage. The Nordiques have the worst penalty killing unit in the NHL, and their best penalty killers in the penalty box. That's Loiselle. But they do get it down in the ice, and the Flames will have to regroup. Mark Hunter, Doug Gilmour, Joel Otto, Jamie McCowan, and Roger Johansson. And without Gary Suter in the lineup tonight, Flames without one of their best point men on the power play. Here's Otto. Works to the line, pinched out by Belichick. Gilmour in after it, feeds the point, and Johansson couldn't get across to cover.
Well, Roger Johansson getting a chance to play on the power play. He's been dying to get into the lineup. He's missed 9 games in a row. And he and James McCowan out there. And now Johansson with Frank Musil.
Nieuwendyk gets to the line, lost possession, and the Nordiques clear it again.
2 games ago, Doug Risebrough benched Gary Suter and Jim Kite. And 120 minutes of play later, you find Suter not dressing.
The early stage of the ground war in the Gulf has started. Details are very sketchy at this hour. But what appears to be clear is that forces of the multinational coalition have crossed the Saudi-Kuwaiti border and quite possibly the Saudi-Iraqi border in force, and the battle has been engaged. All this 8.5 hours after the coalition's deadline for Iraq to get out of Kuwait had passed. Once again, the early phases, the opening stages of the ground war in the Gulf appear to have started now along the border between Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. We can also tell you that President George Bush of the United States is expected to speak on network television at about 10 o'clock Eastern Time. That's roughly about an hour and a half from now, and we will be carrying that speech live. Now, back to Hockey Night in Canada.
Welcome back to the Olympic Saddledome, where Al MacInnis has just let go with one of his patented shots. Jacques Cloutier couldn't handle it, and a power play goal has the Flames on the board.
Well, how often do you see this? A defenseman with a pretty good shot, but not quite enough jam to get through. Cloutier gets lots on this puck, but MacInnis shoots it so hard that unless your pads are right in the right spot, it can squeak through. MacInnis with a big wind-up. He gets everything behind that puck. The net could have been 6 feet back, and it still would have made it across the goal line. Al MacInnis with a big shot, an outstanding job on the power play, brings Calgary one closer than they were.
13th power play goal of the year for MacInnis, his 23rd overall. From Fleury and Musil at 12:35. Flames on the board. They trail 2-1. And for Al MacInnis, he's now just 1 point back of Paul Coffey in the race among defensive scoring leaders.
Kind of tough for Jacques Cloutier. He made some great saves and then ends up letting a puck go in that really shouldn't have.
Let's see if that gives the Flames a bit of a spark after that slow start.
Well, Calgary hasn't had much spark, Chris, as we mentioned. They haven't looked real organized. They were the same way against Vancouver a couple of nights ago, and they got lucky with a goal that probably should not have been allowed to get them back in the game.
And with that said, the shots on goal are 17-4. We still have 6 minutes, 35 seconds to go in the first period, but an indication of when shots don't tell the story. Sundin, a goal scorer for the Nordiques, rigged wide, went off a skate down the ice, and Natras will retreat as the Nordiques make a change. Johansson Fires it in. Here's a chance for Mark Hunter, and Cloutier made the stop. Rebound. Loose in front. After it's Fenton. Mario Doyon around the boards. Johansson will keep it in. Now Doyon gets a second chance up to Owen Nolan, and he just clears to center.
Calgary taking advantage of the young Quebec Nordiques and really pressuring them. Really generated all of their offense so far tonight.
Kip Miller hands off to Gillis. Puck kicked out by Vernon. Again, the fans still on Vernon after the slow start. Finn can't keep it in. And the Nordiques come out at center with 5 minutes and 41 seconds to go in the first period. Al McKinnon to Musil. Watched by Nolan. And now Musil heads to the bench. Cloutier sweeps it around the boards for Nolan. Nordiques hoping he will develop into a Cam Neely type player. Here's a chance for Huff. The shot deflects high, and Vernon gloves it down. And he holds on for a face-off. Flames are on the board, and the Flames a little upset with Mike Huff behind the bench, but nothing comes of that.
You get a lot more in a Ford Tempo and Mercury Topaz. Like more leg and hip room in the rear seats than Cavalier, which is comforting to know, isn't it? You get a lot more in Tempo and Topaz. You do get a lot more in a Ford Tempo and Mercury Topaz. Like more people. In fact, close to 500,000 people just like you have bought cars just like these. And that says a lot about their quality and reliability. You get a lot more in Tempo and Topaz. A whole lot.
Hockey Night in Canada update from the Forum in Montreal. Shane Corson carries in. Peter Swoboda returns after missing nearly a couple of months with a broken bone in his foot. He gets the goal, beating Jeff Reese. 1-0 Canadians, first period. Back upstairs to Chris.
Thank you, Ken. We'll be keeping our eyes on that game tonight from the Forum in Montreal. Here it's 2-1, Quebec leading. 5:15 left in the first period. Greg Willanen, one of the many former first-round draft choices for the Nordiques, clears it in, and it's Dana Merzen. Back out to center for McClellan and Otto. Tim Hunter's on the move as Otto tries to center it. Hunter went crashing into Cloutier in the net, and it's been knocked off the mooring, and play whistle down. Well, Tim Hunter drives to the net and causes a whistle, and Cloutier's shaken up.
If you're looking for information on deposit insurance, we've made it easier to track down. Just look for the new CDIC membership sign at financial institutions. Eligible deposits are insured for up to $60,000 per institution wherever you find our sign. And brochures are found inside. For more information, just give the Canada Deposit Insurance Corporation a call.
Well, Gary Suter not playing tonight, as we've mentioned, but look at the offensive output from McGinnis and Suter. Unbelievable. In Quebec, with a very, very young defense, they've got 3 of their starting 6 defensemen at the beginning of the year out of the lineup, only producing less than half of what the Calgary Flames have. No wonder the Nordiques are having such problems on their power play.
1/3 of those points for the Nordiques this year, 29 to be exact, come from Brian Fogarty, who is in a rehab center right now, and he'll be out probably for the rest of the year. The promising young defenseman of the Nordiques with alcohol-related problems that have plagued him throughout his career. Vernon almost had his pocket picked there, but gets it ahead, and it's Roberts clearing it down into Nordique territory. Gusarov took a hit, gave it up. Nieuwendyk forechecking along with Roberts. Gary Roberts behind the goal to Makarov. Makarov got crossed up with Rob Schick. Gusarov after it. Musil keeps it in at the left point. Makarov behind the goal, watched by Velishchev. Now passes out to Musil, and they'll have to regroup out at center ice. Lafleur heads to the bench, and Sundin and Pearson come over the boards. McInnes hits the line, can't get free, and Joe Sakic ahead goes to Sundin. Sakic catching up on the play, puts on the brakes, looking for an open man, and Sakic was knocked down by Al McInnes. Makarov now rink wide, good burst of speed by Matteau, but he's knocked down on the play. Sundin played last year in Sweden. Great pass to Pearson. Pearson in, and Mike Vernon made the stop. Scott Pearson's had a strong first period for the Nordiques. Steals again, shoots, and that one just went wide. At the point, Wolanin's shot doesn't get through. And Gilmore starts back for Calgary. 3:23 left to go, first period. Theron Fleury after it. Hit by Steve Finn. Gilmore gives his man a bump, and Sundin knocked Gilmore down and will get a penalty. Well, that's interesting because the Nordiques talked about the way Sundin is challenged and has taken the challenge as well this year, but there is a bad penalty.
From Gillette comes Sensor, the only razor that can sense and adjust to the individual needs of your face.
The best a man can get.
Sensor blades are mounted on responsive springs to continuously sense and individually adjust to your face. The closest, safest, most comfortable. Gillette Sensor, together with the richness of foamy shave cream, for the best shave a man can get.
Gillette, the best a man can get.
At the Forum in Montreal, Habs and Leafs in brotherly love. Patrick LeBeau to Stéphane, back to Patrick. It's a beauty for his first NHL career marker. It's 2-0 Montreal.
Matt Sundin not controlling his temper very well. The word is that he is very, very competitive. But Doug Gilmore has been very aggressive in these last 6 weeks. Good body check on Sundin, and Sundin taking exception. And he cuffs him on the back, and Rob Schick turning around just in time to see the infraction. Calgary has got another power play.
Talking to Jacques Martin, the assistant coach with the Nordiques, and he said everywhere that they go, Matt Sundin is challenged by opposing players. In Chicago, Chris Chelios gave him a rough ride, but Sundin's tough and he can really take it. That time, though, he got a little careless, and the Flames setting up this potent power play that's clicked for a goal tonight. Doug Gilmore puts it in the slot. Otto chopped at it, and Cloutier couldn't glove it down. Puck still loose. Back to the point to McCowan. Mark Hunter. Joel Otto. Gilmore's in front. There's a steal by Sakic, and he'll take over. Sakic and Huff were out penalty killing, and now as Sakic turns with the puck, the Nordiques make a change, and Gillis comes over the boards with a fresh pair of defensemen, and now Sakic does his job and goes to the bench as well. Pretty heady player. Theron Fleury was going to be offside if he touched that puck. Instead, he lets it go for icing. Either way, it's a face-off back in the Calgary zone.
Well, Brett Hull will be in action tonight. The last time St. Louis played here, he did his part in scoring a couple of goals to add to his 65-goal total. But St. Louis came up a little short, losing 7-4. A big game for the Blues against Boston, and they will want Brett Hull to add to those statistics. And what a great shot and a great player he is. You know, the reason I really like Brett Hull is because he's been completely unaffected by his success. He signed a big contract, and he's been producing more this year than he had when he was making a tenth of the money. I think it looks just great on him. Super guy.
He's not the only Hull in the sports news, and no, I'm not talking about Bobby. His brother Bart Hull was today drafted in the first round of the Canadian Football League draft by the BC Lions. And if Bart can rush the ball like Brett can score, the Lions have a great one. Cloutier out of the goal with 34 seconds to go in this power play. Flames regrouping at center ice. McInnes, with his 23rd of the year, has scored with a man advantage in this first period. And here's Theron Fleury. Hits the line with Nieuwendyk. Gives off to McInnes. Cross ice to Musil. There's the shot change direction. Makarov. Back to McInnes. Returns to Makarov. There's the shot goes wide. You don't see Makarov take many shots that are as ineffective. He's the leading shooter in the NHL by percentage. And now Sundin's back on the ice, and Gillis just missed him with a pass. Sundin into the zone. As the penalties expired, Sundin knocked down on the play, and Musil takes over. Sundin still after it. Calgary failing to get a shot on goal during that power play. And now we're into the final minute of the first period. The Nordiques with a 1-goal lead. Tim Hunter starts the Flames back to Robert Reichel. He clears it in. Cloutier doesn't mind wandering from that net as we've seen in the first period. Brian McClellan against the boards. Hunter parked in front. Gusarov watching McClellan. Sakic helps out. Now Nolan off the boards and out.
Risebrough has done this all year, Chris. As soon as there's a power play or a penalty kill, he puts 3 guys on that haven't been on either.
Here's a 2-on-1. Sakic to Nolan, the shot, and somehow Vernon got a piece of that. Great save by Mike Vernon.
Well, there's been a complete turnaround by the crowd after an outstanding save by Vernon. You didn't hear any jeers after he stuck his right leg out to keep Calgary within 1.
Well, it's been a tough year in the scoring department for Owen Nolan. He won't get many better chances than that. 1 goal on the season.
Well, a guy that can be a great talent, but when you speak to his coaches, each one of them doesn't immediately say that he's doing a great job. A super pass by Sakic. Nice hands. Look at McCown goes down. A Sakic late. Look how flat the puck lays. And Nolan does the right thing, but when things aren't going for you, it seems that goalies are that much better.
And that is the end of period number 1. The Flames getting off to that shaky start. And Jacques Cloutier and the Nordiques will go to the dressing room with a 1-goal lead. Sundin and Pearson before the game was 2 minutes old, but Al McInnes comes back with a power play goal to give Calgary a little momentum heading into period number 2. Coming up next, Don Cherry's in the coach's corner. The score at the end of the first period here at the Saddle Dome in Calgary. The Quebec Nordiques 2, the Calgary Flames 1.
Value and selection are at your local IGA. This week, shop for Kellogg's Raisin Bran Cereal, a proud sponsor of IGA Hockey Challenge. Enter to win IGA gift certificates or a well-equipped 1991 Ford Taurus. People come first at IGA.
Lights on, materials in, shipments out. Exact timing is essential. Ordinary flight eats up profits, but fastest flight is the cost-efficient answer. With all the expert precision of advanced technology, fastest flight expedites these vital time-sensitive shipments directly from door to door like a warehouse on wheels. From manufacturer to retailer to consumer. Fastest flight, your best value expedited service.
We've brought McDonald's value home. Hey, what's this? It's in your mailbox. Great savings on the McDonald's favorites you love. 6 great buy one, get one free coupons. Over $10 in savings.
Hi, John. Mom, have a dinner out tonight. I'm buying.
You're buying? Oh. Look for it and come in again and again for some great McDonald's value.
And here I thought your allowance was too low.
You can always count on McDonald's.
Always good food, always good value.
My Wilmar heat mirror windows have an invisible film and a special coating which reflects heat back to its source. I like my windows. My Wilmar heat mirror windows keep me warm with a clear view all winter long. So do mine. My Wilmar heat mirror windows keep me cool all summer long. They reflect the sun's heat.
Hey, what's a little heat? The very comfortable Wilmar windows with heat mirror. Total performance unlike any other window. Call the Comfort Line.
Well, I don't see how they can make glasses in 1 hour. It takes 2 weeks to make glasses.
That was Ed Hermes' opinion before accepting LensCrafters Doubters Challenge. Now, listen.
I'm very pleased with these LensCrafter glasses. I was amazed that I was able to get my glasses in less than an hour, and I thought it was a very complicated prescription. My skepticism with the LensCrafter service has absolutely disappeared.
LensCrafters, with 3 locations, including West Edmonton Mall.
Coach's Corner. Brought to you by Pepsi. It's got what it takes.
Well, Don, it's been quite a week for you when you think about it. Bobby Orr, Kenny Reardon, and me. So you're getting to see all your pals.
It goes downhill for a little while.
5 of the 7 teams in Canada are on Hockey Night in Canada tonight. So with just over a month to go in the season, I've briefed you on this.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you questions about all the teams beginning in the West and get your comments. The Canucks, first up.
Well, first of all, Pat Quinn's a friend of mine, but you know Pat is a college graduate. You know that, eh?
Yes, lawyer.
And I think, and a lawyer too, yes, you're right. And I think sometimes there's a little lack of communication between his players. I was watching in the paper, I read this, and I caught...
Again, I'm Peter Mansbridge with the latest on the Gulf War story. The ground war has started along the border between Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. The long-expected ground war now underway, probably within its first hour. As we reported about 25 minutes ago, the first indications coming out from Washington that the ground war had started. It's still very unclear at this hour exactly how it is taking place. What we know for certain is it started roughly an hour ago. It involves both land and sea. We do know that President Bush is flying back from Camp David to Washington to give a speech from the White House in a little over an hour from now. We will cover that live. We also know that Prime Minister Mulroney will be issuing a statement in about an hour's time as well on behalf of the Canadian government. We are told that the Prime Minister has been in conversation at least once today with President Bush, was aware that the ground offensive was going to begin roughly at 8 o'clock Eastern time. That's 4 o'clock in the morning in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Iraq, 4 o'clock in the morning, rather a traditional time to launch a major ground offensive in the hours just before dawn. Those are the firm details. Everything after that, and will be for most of this evening, is going to be very sketchy and quite speculative, one must add. We are hearing already reports that in the early stages of the ground offensive that Iraqi soldiers are giving up by the hundreds along the front lines. Do keep in mind, though, that the Iraqi soldiers stationed at the front lines are not the hardcore Republican Guard who have been the target of the coalition bombing. They're back off in quite the other end of Kuwait and also the southern part of Iraq. So the early reports say the ground offensive has in fact started, but just where it's taking place, along what lines, we're told that it's both ground and by sea, in other words, a marine invasion. But very sketchy details at this hour. Quickly, we go to Washington, where our man David Halton is standing by. David, what can you add to the early reports of the ground war starting?
Peter, senior officials have been saying for the past 20 minutes now, unofficially, that the first phase of the ground war has begun. There's still no official confirmation of that from either the Pentagon or the White House, but as I say, senior officials are saying quite clearly that the first phase has now begun. President Bush is on his way back from his retreat at Camp David. He's expected back in Washington in about 35 minutes and will do a televised address to the nation at 10 o'clock Eastern Time. We're hearing here that President Bush will probably make 2 points very strongly. One, that the reports coming in today of widespread atrocities carried out by the Iraqis in Kuwait City were one of the key factors motivating the early launch of the ground war. There are also some reports circulating here that the U.S. had heard that Saddam Hussein was preparing for a partial withdrawal from Kuwait following the lines of the Soviet-Iraqi peace proposal. That was something that the Americans wanted to prevent. They don't want to allow any chance for Saddam Hussein to save face on this. That was another factor, we're told here, that motivated the decision to launch the ground offensive. All
right, David, stand by, will you? We want to go over to Saudi Arabia, where Joe Schlesinger is standing by in eastern Saudi Arabia in Dhahran, which is some distance from the border. Yet are any of the early reports from the pool reporters, Joe, are you hearing anything from Dhahran as to what's taking place along the border?
Well, no, because right now those pool reporters will be probably sort of, how should I put it, undercover. They will not be able to communicate for quite a while. And I wouldn't be surprised if that war had started not an hour ago, but earlier. We had sort of rumors all day long of columns that were driving into Iraq around the western flank, trying to outflank the Iraqis. And you were talking about that front line. That front line, even though it has second-rate troops, is very important because defense, static defense, is the main strength of the Iraqi army. And those Republican Guards you were talking about would have a very hard time because once they start moving, and they have to move their mobile forces, they'll be just fair game for the aircraft of the coalition.
Okay, just one other quick point. It should be noted here that there has been an air raid siren going off in your area in the last half an hour or so. Has the all clear been given there yet?
Yes, just a couple of minutes ago, the all clear came.
So there was some form of Scud attack?
Well, that we always find out in about 20 minutes or so. They'll probably say whether it was shot down, whether it disintegrated. All I can tell you, it didn't hit here.
Okay. All right, Joe, thanks very much. We'll get back to you later in the evening. I want to go to Ottawa now, where General Rene Gutneck, former tank commander with the Canadian Armed Forces, is standing by. General Gutneck, early going, sketchy details, but given your background, what do you assume is happening along both that front line and if, in fact, there's an amphibious invasion taking place as well? Give us your thoughts.
Well, Peter, as you said, it'll be some time before we get any details or any precision. And that's very obviously to prevent the other side from finding out what's going on. But if one projects the air-land battle concept, which the U.S. Army has developed and its allies are following, I would expect a massive attack, a flanking movement on the west side to try and encircle the fortifications on the border between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, and possibly to neutralize any action by the Republican Guards. I would also expect some thrusts frontally right through the line in the weak areas, which obviously have been determined in the last few weeks of probing, an amphibious attack either north or south of Kuwait City, and also possibly some airborne attacks in the rear areas in Kuwait.
All right, General, thanks very much. Also standing by in Ottawa tonight, we've got John Ziegler from Carleton University, Middle East analyst, who's helped us out throughout this crisis and war now. Tell me, John, just quickly, we want to get a minute or so left. Your thoughts now, obviously the diplomatic process ran out earlier today, and we're now into that long-expected ground war. Was there ever going to be another way in these final few hours? One has to wonder.
I don't think so. The U.S. kept talking about the tempo, and the tempo was very much set by this really massive military concentration. It had a logic all of its own. Surely there was consideration given over the last week, but as with the deadline that we operated on today was another artificial deadline. It was American imposed, and therefore consistent with their own tempo of the military preparations.
Okay, well, the one thing that we should keep in mind, all the talk leading up to the ground offensive was that the first troops across the line would be from the Pan-Arab force, in other words, the Egyptians or the Saudis. The days will tell us just exactly what happened as the invasion started into Kuwait. It's underway right now, the ground offensive taking place along at least the Saudi-Kuwait border, quite possibly also the Saudi-Iraqi border as well. Briefly to recap, ground offensive now underway. President Bush to speak on television in about an hour's time. Prime Minister Mulroney will issue a statement from the Prime Minister's office in Ottawa at roughly the same time as well. We'll be back on as developments warrant, and we'll certainly be back on an hour from now for that televised address from the White House. I'm Peter Mansbridge. We'll see you later on.
And back here at the Calgary Saddledome, bringing you up to date on scores out of town. At Vancouver, Detroit, Carson, Vancouver, Adams hits 1-1 in the first. Montreal and Toronto tied at 1, about to start the second. Zezel Swoboda has also scored for Montreal. Buffalo leading Hartford by a count of 3-1. It's Philadelphia ahead of the New York Islanders, 3-1 in the second. Boston and St. Louis just underway at the arena. Minnesota and Chicago tied up at 1. Our score here at the Saddledome after 1 period of play. The Quebec Nordiques leading the Calgary Flames by a count of 2-1, despite the Flames outshooting Quebec in that first period 18-7. Molson Hockey Night on Canada. CBC will continue.
Ford of Canada is proud to present another page from the Book of Hockey's greatest achievements. Tonight, Oiler goalie Grant Fuhr, whose greatest save may have been of a career. A salute to an All-Stars return is next.
You know, $10,000 used to buy a really good vehicle, but not anymore, right? Wrong. You see, together your Ford and Mercury dealers are offering this Ranger and Festiva, this Escort, even this Topaz and Tempo, complete with air and automatic, all for under $10,000 each. So stretch your dollar further at your Ford and Mercury dealers. But hurry, quantities are limited.
Among Grant Grant Fuhr's most outstanding achievements was his exhibition of skill and stamina 3 seasons ago. In 7 of his 10 years in an Oiler uniform, his stats show 40-plus games played. In 1987-88, an 80-game schedule saw Fuhr appear 75 times. That's an NHL record. Combine that with 19 more starts in the playoffs, you have 56 Oiler wins and a 4th Stanley Cup. Monday night, Grant Fuhr recorded a shutout in his first game back after missing almost a year. 2 different seasons, same great results.
Oh, welcome to the Rockies. You're gonna grab a good time now. You know the moves, the grooves, you know the right way how. Got it right, Coors Light, the right beer now. Got it right, Coors Light, the silver bullet.
Well, when I was young, there were so few prescription medicines for serious illness.
Until the 1930s, with the first antibiotics.
And in the 50s, new vaccines.
And since then, so many important medicines we all count on.
Over 90% of these modern breakthroughs came from research by the makers of original brand-name prescription medicines. And we're ensuring that the work goes on, helping to make tomorrow's breakthroughs possible, bringing research to life.
Esso has a secret to share with you.
It's this coupon booklet, full of secret savings and surprises.
Every time you pull in, we reveal what you win.
Fill up with 25 liters or more and get at least $1.50 off. Or you could win one of hundreds of exciting prizes. $25,000 in cash, RCA color televisions, Hawaiian vacations from Canadian Holidays, or Ford Aerostars.
We really do appreciate your business. And this is our way of saying thanks for stopping.
If the plus number on your Lotto 649 ticket comes up and you played it, you win up to $100,000, and that could make one of your dreams come true. But if your numbers come up and you didn't play, you don't win. Play the plus when you play Lotto 649 and make sure it's your dream that comes true. Don't say no to $100,000. Say yes to winning. Say yes to the plus.
This is the 8th return in 3 days, Paul.
Look, I bust my butt trying to sell this thing.
Yeah, and as soon as you sell them, they get returned. It's gotta be the instructions.
Excuse me, the AGT rep is here. Hi.
Look, I don't think talking to AGT can help me right now.
I wouldn't mind talking to the people who keep returning this new product of ours.
Why don't you have them call you? Put an 800 number on everything. Packaging, instructions. It's easier for them to call and find out how the thing works than it is to return it.
Makes sense.
Long-distance business sense. Call us, AGT. We bring your world to you.
Molson Special Dry, the evolution of beer.
This portion of Hockey Night in Canada has been brought to you by Ford of Canada. At Ford, quality is job one.
Welcome back to the Olympic Saddledome as Rob Schick gets set to drop the puck to start period number 2. The Flames down by a score of 2-1. Joe Sakic clearing it right in on goaltender Mike Vernon. 18-7 the shots on goal in the first period, favoring the Flames, although they trail by 1. Here comes Sakic with Mike Huff. Huff inside the line against Musil. Now feeds to Nolan, checked by Roberts. Craig Wolanin moves in. Behind the net for Nolan. Nordiques like to change their lines up a lot. Nolan started on a checking line, but now playing with Joe Sakic. Steve Finn clears it back in. Calgary didn't start the game real sharp, although they've outshot Quebec by a very wide margin. They haven't really had a real dominating side of the play. I'm hoping to get a better start this second period, I'm sure. Al McInnes with the lone Flames goal. Calgary unbeaten in their last 7 games, their last 10 here at the Olympic Saddledome. While the Nordiques are winless in their last 6. Their last victory 3 weeks ago against the New Jersey Devils. Tony Herkus inside the line, and he is checked up on the play. Rick Natras has it off the glass, and some wondered if the Devils really wanted to win that game when you consider the race for Eric Lindros that's going on. Right now, the Nordiques in first place in that derby, 5 points ahead of the Leafs, and of course the Devils holding the Leafs' first-round draft choice.
icing the call. And right now, let's go downstairs to Ken Daniels for a Hockey Night in Canada update.
Thank you, Chris. If I gave you one guess at the arena as to which player scored and which player assisted, would you say Hull from Oates and Brindamore? Probably, and you'd be right. Hull 66. He scored now in 13 straight games. 1-0 St. Louis over Boston.
My first guess was Mario Marois, but Brett Hull was my second. 66th goal on the year.
Well, Mario Marois and Harold Schneps have been hot of late, but I think you'd still have to go with Brett Hull.
Well, Wayne Gretzky had 92 and 87 goal seasons. Mario Lemieux has had an 85 goal season. How many can Hull get? Unbelievable. He's over a goal a game. Mark Hunter into the zone. And that's Paul Gillis working in front of the Flames bench. Puck comes loose and Kip Miller knocks it free. There's Sean Anderson, former first-round draft choice back in '86 of the Buffalo Sabres. Picked up in the waiver draft by the Nordiques. Dangerous pass too far for Gillis, and it slides down the ice. Mike Speake says no icing, and Vernon's out to play it. Natras ahead to McClellan. Reichel can't get loose, and McCowan will try it. Jamie McCowan hits center, clears it in. Flames make a change. Otto into forecheck. Puck comes free along the boards. Hunter back to McCowan. The shot right on. Kluche sends it into the corner. Hunter's there. Back to Dana Merson. Tees it up. The shot deflects into the corner. Tim Hunter after it again. Puts it in front. Kluche down, and McClellan robbed by Jacques Kluche. Close call there, but Kluche comes up big. We'll be right back after this message.
I'd like a new car. No, I need a new car. One with supercharged, turbo-boosted afterburners. What a ride! Wow, 0 to 600 in 9.3 seconds. Whoa, stop! But it's got to come in a four-door. No, a minivan. A truck. Yeah, a sports car. That's it, a sports car. Then I'll find her. The car, that is. I know it's out there somewhere.
The Edmonton International Auto and Truck Show, February 27th to March 3rd in the Northlands Agricom.
Jacques Kluche making a great save off of Brian McClellan. Look at Tim Hunter with a heads-up play, and he's been hot of late. Get his head up, makes a nice pass, and Brian McClellan with his back to the net does a good job in deflecting the puck. And Kluche would rather have his face to McClellan, and he ends with his back to him, but he stops the puck, and that's what the key is.
Big night for Tim Hunter, playing in his 500th National Hockey League game.
He's playing as well as I've seen him play in the last half a dozen games. He was hurt, missed over 40 games so far this season with a torn tricep, but he said it's just like training camp. He's got lots of snap. He's eager to get out there, and he's been doing a great job.
Pass in front of the goal. Mike Huff watched it go behind him, and Otto starts back for the Flames. With McClellan breaking to the net. Dwyon there. Dwyon taking McClellan to the boards, but Big McClellan stays with it, and Hunter's after it. Here's Otto. Bad angle shot. Round on the near side for McCowan. Dwyon for the Nordiques. He was involved in that trade with Chicago last year. That brought Greg Millen to the Blackhawks. Everett Senepass also acquired for the Nordiques, but he is out with back problems. He's had an injury-plagued career since he was a first-round draft choice. Nordiques have about 4 first-rounders in the minors as well. Plenty of potential talent.
Well, they've got such a young team. As Dave Chambers said this morning, you're looking at the future, but you got to have patience. And the key is, I think, to stick with your game plan, not to change things just because you're losing a pile of games.
Frank Musil has been shaken up, and it appears he's favoring his right wrist or arm. And Musil now is headed to the dressing room.
Frank Musil's had a tough time of late. There was a 6-inch snowfall here in Calgary a few days ago, and Frank was on his way to the rink. He didn't clean his windows off. He stopped at a donut shop and he got a $50 ticket, so Frank not real happy about that.
Well, here's the hit. Owen Nolan and Musil go to the boards. And right there, he's already dragging. It's his left arm. Musil should have learned from Don Koharski that donuts and hockey don't mix. I hope Frank's okay. Gary Roberts inside the line. Nieuwendyk to Roberts. Another save by Kluche. Makarov scores.
Well, some pretty good skill and talent. Makarov, the last man in. And Gary Roberts got a stick in the face. Is concerned about his teeth. Look at Roberts, pretty good wheels. He's skating very, very well. Look at Nieuwendyk. That is skill. Does the complete spinorama. And look at Makarov then. Look at is all you can say on something like that. How about Nieuwendyk with this play? There's a spinorama. Roberts is right there with him, and Makarov, being the third man, makes the decision to jump in. Not a real easy goal for Makarov, a real sharp angle. And instead of sliding it along the ice, he went right to the roof. It gives you a little bit more depth when you can put it up top. You have more to shoot at. Makarov has put a big smile on Doug Risebrough's face, you can see, Chris.
Doug's happy about that one.
He's really excited. Ordinarily, he's got quite a frown, and that's a tremendous amount of excitement that Risebrough's showing.
23rd goal in 73 shots for Sergei Makarov, the sharpshooter of the NHL percentage-wise. There's Lafleur against McCowan. Tell you what, Risebrough was smiling when I asked him earlier today about Guy Lafleur and playing alongside number 10 in Montreal. Right now, the Nordiques, though, on their heels as they have watched a 2-0 lead disappear. It's now 2-2 here at the Olympic Saddledome. Just about 5 minutes into period number 2 as play is whistled down. And we've got a penalty coming up.
Road and Track magazine just named the 10 best cars in their class, and 5 of them were Nissans. But what good is winning an award if you can't share it? The Nissan Sentra shows aptitude in mathematics. It scores well in the performing arts, and it excels in journalism, but it gets its best grades in economics. The Nissan Top 10 sale going on now.
At the arena in St. Louis, the Blues leading the NHL standings. Boston's second overall. Dave Christian shooting. Petri Skriko bangs it in at the goal crease. It is now Boston and St. Louis 1-1 first period.
Take a look at Tim Hunter and his reaction after he gets this penalty. He just gets his feet tied up. And Schick assesses the penalty, and we didn't see the reaction, but Tim Hunter made a gesture that said, if I wasn't number 19 with over 1,500 minutes in penalties, I wouldn't be getting this penalty. But Quebec, with the second worst power play in the league, gets a chance to go against the 11th best penalty killer.
Our first look at the Nordiques power play, and here's a breakaway pass for Sakic, who drifts it wide. Sundin can't keep it in, and Gary Roberts starts back. Roberts, Nieuwendyk catching up on the play with McInnes pinching in. Boy, the Flames looked aggressive there, killing the penalty. Nieuwendyk goes down, chopping away at the puck. And now Johansson has it. The Nordiques having trouble getting possession. And offside is the call against Calgary. And now with another Hockey Night in Canada update, here's Ken.
At the Forum in Montreal, the Canadiens have now opened up a 2-goal second period lead on the Maple Leafs. Denny Savard doing it all himself, swinging off to the right, and then with the slap shot, beating Jeff Reese to the far side. Second period, it's Montreal 3, Toronto Maple Leafs 1. Chris?
It's not getting as much attention as when he struggled early, but Denny Savard is starting to play great hockey for the Montreal Canadiens. The last 3 or 4 weeks, he has been dominating again. And there's a guy that's dominated for 2 full seasons now with the Quebec Nordiques. There were some accusations that Quebec stuffed the ballot boxes this year, but apparently they analyzed the count of the All-Star voting, and Joe Sakic was the #1 Wales Conference center in balloting, and 64% of the votes came from outside Quebec City. So his talent is appreciated throughout the NHL. Here comes Paul Fenton. Remember, the Flames are killing a penalty as Fenton rips the wrist shot wide. McCowan with the shot, and that's high off the glass. Down to 104 left in what hasn't been much of a power play for the Nordiques. Sundin to the line. Cleared in by Anderson. Mike Huff along the boards. And Roberts gets it again and clears it.
Calgary has got the snap back in their game in this second period. They're being much more aggressive 5-on-5 and on the penalty killing. Joe Nieuwendyk doing a great job on Sean Anderson. And Nieuwendyk will draw a spearing call. Anderson, it's quite possible, will take at least 4 minutes, and depending on how Rob Schick has seen that particular infraction, might even look at a 5.
That will certainly do it for the Nordiques power play that never did get untracked thanks to the fine work of people like Joe Nieuwendyk. And here's what happened.
Well, take a look and see what you do. Nieuwendyk knows that he's not going to get caught. He's taken Anderson out of play. Anderson, boom, right there. A body check here, a body check there at the right time can end up creating a problem for the opposing player. And Anderson takes a 2-minute slashing penalty. Dave Chambers has got to figure out how to kill this one off.
Sean Anderson, one of the many first-round draft choices that the Nordiques have, starting with Guy Lafleur. We've got plenty of them. That's why the Nordiques keep talking about the future. And there are 4 others in the minors also picked in the first round. Sean Anderson, one of the first-rounders that really never materialized for the Buffalo Sabres, getting a second chance with the Nordiques, but right now is in the penalty box. 40 seconds left in the penalty against Tim Hunter, and then it'll be a short power play for the Flames. Roger Johansson at center. 4-on-4. Gilmore and Fleury will have a lot of open ice. Al McInnes the shot right on. Cloutier went down to make the stop. Up front for the Nordiques, Joe Sakic and Kip Miller. So a couple of good offensive players for the Nordiques will try to make the best of this open ice. Right now, though, it's Fleury. Hangs on, looking for Gilmore. Johansson's there. In front, Fleury scores!
Well, and Jacques Cloutier has made some great saves, but with 26 shots, Calgary is now starting to move. Take a look at Theoren Fleury. He gets the puck. He never stops moving. He's on his way to the net. Just finished cycling in the corner to the left of Cloutier. Fleury, look at him coming into your screen. Out of the air, great hand-eye. Pretty difficult for Cloutier to stop unless he happens to be in the exact position that would be necessary to get in front of that puck. And Fleury, tremendous talent, super hand-eye coordination, put Calgary up by a goal.
It's a career high for Theoren Fleury, 31 goals last year. Goal number 32 on this outstanding season for number 14. The time of the goal, 6:49. Fleury gets the goal. Johansson and Gilmore the assists, and Fleury has 16 points in his last 8 games, and he now has an 8-game point streak. Back comes Nieuwendyk. Flames enjoying their first lead of the game, and Nieuwendyk's wrist shot goes wide. Back comes Loiselle with Gillis, 2-on-2. The pass for Gillis broken up by McInnes. Al McInnes, left wing to Makarov. Both have their 23rd goals of the year tonight. In front, the shot just went wide. Fleury just missed on another great setup by Makarov.
Makarov did an outstanding job of freezing Wolanin and fired it across to Fleury. Fleury just missed the target. Would have been number 33 and another milestone for him.
Makarov has it against the boards, watched by Sakic. Passes back to Merzen, can't keep it in, and they'll regroup. Flames are on the power play now. That goal by Fleury at even strength, and now the penalty to Hunter has expired. 23 seconds left in the man advantage for the Flames.
Dana Merzen, his first game back, as we said a couple of times, an offensive defenseman when he played junior hockey and with Hartford, getting a chance on the power play. So Doug Risebrough throwing him right from the fire into the frying pan. Does it go like that, Chris?
I think so. There he's firing now, right on. Cloutier with the save. Makarov fighting off Wolanin, coming in front, centers it. No one there, and now the Nordiques are back at full strength. 2-0 Quebec after less than 2 minutes of play, but the Flames have 3 in a row. McClellan looking for a 4th. Makarov knocked down in front, and Mike Huff recovers for the Nordiques, who have seen this before. Mike Huff with the shot. Good pad save by Vernon. Here's a chance. Pearson scores!
I talked to Doug Risebrough after Calgary tied the first game with Quebec at the start of the season, and he said the thing that impressed him about them was the way they kept playing. Take a look at this replay. Pearson, out of nowhere, gets the first shot. Take a look at this move right to the roof. Vernon follows him across really well. Not a lot more Mike Vernon can do. Stays on his feet. Pearson across the slot again with another look. Look at his head up, looking where he's got to go. Takes his time. Nobody's bothering him. And he can go right to the roof. Vernon played that shot pretty well, but Scott Pearson, perfect execution. He nets his 6th of the year.
Scott Pearson with his 2nd of the game, and he's given us in the opening 30 minutes an indication of why he was a first-round draft choice. Pearson, his 6th from Huff and Sakic. Sakic with a pair of assists, and this game is tied in the 2nd.
That's $1 million sunset, old girl. It's going to be so good to retire out here. How much do you think we need? You got enough? You got the right bones buried? Got them all covered? How much is enough?
Today, Arnie is talking with us.
Beautiful.
He has his retirement safely covered.
Molson Hockey Night in Canada update from the Forum. Last time in Montreal, Peter Zezel had a goal and 2 assists. A deflection right there. And then he gets his own rebound, his 2nd goal in the night. 5 points in a game and a half for Zezel. The Leafs within 1 now of Montreal. Back upstairs to Chris.
And here Dave Chambers has seen his team squander a 2-goal lead and then come back to tie at 3 here midway through the 2nd period. A couple of years ago, October 17th, '89, these two teams played to an 8-8 tie. That's the highest scoring tie in Flames history, and we may be off and running again tonight.
I got a goal in that game, Chris. I thought you were going to say that.
No, I didn't. Check that. Here comes Tony Herkus moving around Natras, who fell down on the play, and now Herkus goes down and fell heavily into the boards. Penalty upcoming against the Flames, and it'll be Roger Johansson who was backing up Rick Natras, and Blues go on the power play.
Cleanest room. I must have told him 1,000,000 times, you're going nowhere till you clean up your room.
You ain't nothing like you. Back in school, we lived a whole week on macaroni and cheese. Then we ran out of cheese.
He was such a kind little boy, always bringing home stray animals.
Molson Special Dry, the evolution of beer.
Well, the white shirts make a mistake here. Roger Johansson, if there's one knock against Roger, he shouldn't be leaving his feet so much. There was nothing necessary to go to the ice there. Herkus falls down. Johansson takes the tripping penalty. Very, very competitive guy. Good skills, good skater. He's got to stay on his feet a little bit more, and he didn't have to do that. Tony Herkus driving to the net in Quebec. And the blue shirts will have a power play.
Well, I said Blues because Herkus and Natras, former St. Louis Blues, were involved in the play. So hopefully you'll excuse me.
Chris, I knew that. I knew that. I just wanted to make sure that everybody else did. Mike Vernon has been the object of some cheers and some jeers this year, but he's a great stand-up goaltender, and when he's ready to play and on his game, he's right up at the top in his profession.
Ed Belfour has 34 wins. There's Rick Walmsley, who has an impressive record lifetime against the Nordiques, 14-5-3. And, of course, many of those games when he played for Montreal and when the rivalry was as hot between the two Quebec-based teams as it's ever been.
Walmsley with a great sense of humor. Always comes up with a good line.
And there's Lafleur, a former Walmsley teammate. Haven't seen much of Guy since the early stages of the first period, but he's on this power play now with Sakic and Huff, Anderson, and Mario Dwyer.
I'm surprised to see that Quebec's power play isn't a little more effective. Dave Chambers, a great tactician. I remember him in junior hockey, starting and making sure that everybody knew what their job was. I guess with the amount of changes and with the youthfulness of the Quebec Nordiques, perhaps Chambers has not been able to work his magic with the power play yet, but I would think with the type of talent they have and some time to practice, this power play will someday become pretty darn effective.
Well, nothing materializing here so far with over a minute gone in the man advantage. Lafleur has gone to the bench. And Gusarov now is out with Royan. Sundin up front with Herkus. Ball's got crossed up there, and Scott Pearson with a nice pass to Tony Herkus. Pearson's playing well. Here's Gusarov moving in, and he scores! Vernon got a piece of it, but it slid by him, and the Nordiques back out in front with a power play goal.
Well, Dave Chambers has got to be looking for positive things, and he has to be happy about his Nordique. They jump out to a 2-0 lead, squander it, and now they're right back in the game. Take a look, blue line in. Gusarov is coming in from the other side. Soviet member, and an outstanding pass. Just finds a little bit of a hole. Mike Vernon with pretty good position. Take a look at Gusarov. Head up. Look at that. Goes 5-hole. Vernon didn't quite get enough of it. Gusarov, an outstanding defenseman with Red Army. I remember him as a real competitor, quite a physical defenseman with the Soviet national team. And speaking with his coaches, they haven't seen that side of his game this year, and I'm sure, knowing Pierre Pagé, that's what he will expect from Alexei Gusarov.
Of course, their first venture into Soviet players was a dismal failure when they drafted and used Sergei Milnikov in goal last year, but they are counting on Gusarov plus 3 other highly touted Soviets if they can get them to Quebec. Kamensky, Komyatov, and Bykov all are Nordique selections, and they're trying to get them all over here. Right now, the other 3 are playing in Europe. There's Sundin fanning on a shot. Couple of players behind the goal, and I think we've got 2 shaken up. Natras is one, Herkus the other. There's the 2 former St. Louis Blues.
Well, Rick Natras really caught Herkus. We talk about that dangerous distance from the boards. Bearcat Murray with those little spikes in the bottom of his shoes got out there in a heartbeat. Herkus isn't quite as quick to get up. Here's what happened. Both of them going for the puck, and take a look at Herkus go down. Natras just trying to hold him up a bit, and as I said, that dangerous distance, and you got to wonder if his right leg is not hurt. That Jeepers Bear is right over there with Rick Natras, and he's shaken up as well, but Herkus seems to be hobbling a bit.
Looks like both should be okay. The Flames have 2 in period 2, but so do the Nordiques, who still lead.
The 1991 Chevrolet Sprint and Pontiac Firefly will go further, using less gas than any other cars in North America.
GMC and Chevrolet compact pickups have lower operating costs than a similarly equipped Ford Ranger. So when it's feeding time, you'll appreciate their small appetite.
Natras just gets his stick in front of Herkus to slow him up a bit, and Herkus loses his balance. And take a look at his leg as it hits the boards. I wonder if a little bit of additional flexibility, take a look at that, doesn't prevent an injury. And no wonder Herkus was getting up slowly. And Rick Natras, a very, very strong physical player, a good hard-hitting defenseman, is on the bench. But Tony Herkus has gone to the dressing room so that Rene Lacasse can have another look at him. Dave Chambers coached over in Italy for a couple of years, as I said earlier, very successful with York University, coached the Toronto Marlboros, and now he's building what I think could be a pretty good team with Pierre Pagé at the helm in Quebec.
Confidence, he says, is the most valued commodity right now. Many of these players have lost so many that they don't have the confidence. They've used sports psychologists to help with the Nordiques. Paul Gillis has gone through all the years of losing and more. There's a guy playing confidently right now for the Calgary Flames, Jamie McCowan.
Well, James McCowan, you see him wearing a mask, and he didn't wear a mask until this year. And in training camp, he fell against the boards and took about 10 stitches above his eye. He thought he'd try it, put the mask on to protect his eye, didn't mind it a bit, thought it made good sense. So he's another one on Don Cherry's hit list. He has no problems at all with the mask.
Tony Herkus back on the bench, so we expect to see him back. And boy, he's pretty resilient taking that hit into the boards and right back to it. Paul Fenton inside the line. Very important game for the Calgary Flames. We shouldn't forget that, because They're 4 points back of the Kings. The Los Angeles Kings just keep winning. Flames, this is a game in hand for them tonight as they continue the chase for first in the Smythe division. In fact, the Flames in a battle for first overall. Fenton tries to wrap around Cloutier down and finally covers, but the Nordiques could knock Paul Fenton off the puck.
Paul Fenton has gone on a scoring tear here of late. He was 10 games without a goal with the Calgary Flames, and in the last 3, he's got 2 goals and 2 assists. So Paul Fenton has been a welcome addition. He's done a good job, has a great work ethic. Jacques Cloutier made sure that he didn't get another goal, making 3 goals in 4 games.
You know, in 400 minutes in Chicago, Cloutier faced 175 shots. In 386 minutes, he has faced over 60 shots more with the Nordiques. Out of town, Vancouver has the lead. Montreal still with a 1-goal lead. It's now 5-3 in Hartford for the Sabres. Philadelphia up by 3. Boston and St. Louis we have updated. And Chicago's taken the lead against the North Stars. And there's the Flower. His next goal will move him past John Busick into 7th place on the all-time goal-scoring list. 8th overall in points. And he leads many and most in the hearts of fans across the country. Lafleur with it now. Lost to another number 10, Gary Roberts. Makarov has it. Back to Roberts in front. Cloutier down, and Roberts backhands wide. Now Lafleur up with it. Takes a look. Good pass. Up ahead it goes. And it's Huff inside the line. Wolanin with him. Sakic behind the goal looking for a loose puck, but McInnes has it. And Al McInnes pulls away for the Flames with 7:07 left in the second period. Nieuwendyk can't control at the line and has to turn back. To Roberts, back to his center iceman who missed the pass, and the Flames have to regroup. Down 4-3 here in the second period. Here's Makarov. The goal and an assist so far tonight. Cross ice to McInnes. There's the shot right on. Cloutier came out and challenged and took a slash on the glove hand, and that's why Gary Roberts has been challenged by Tony Twist. And this should come as no surprise. The Sherwood Park native Twist has made an impact in the International League and early in his NHL career with his rough play.
Now, Chris, tell me if this story is true, that Tony Twist, playing in the International League, wanted to get to the NHL so badly when he played with St. Louis that he would send tapes of his fights.
He had all the games taped, and he would send all the fights to Bob Plager, who was in St. Louis at the time. Now Bob coaches the Peoria team. And Bob Plager loved him because that's his kind of guy. He said he was so anxious to play in the NHL, and he figured that was his best route.
Take a look at this move by Makarov. Look at the way he fakes and then just dishes the puck off ever so lightly. Roberts just wide. Cloutier had the angle covered well, but Makarov, just an outstanding talent. When you get in tight like that and you can put a puck up and down so quickly, you have to have a pair of hands. And Gary Roberts has got better hands than what a lot of people think. 39 goals last year.
In 38 games this year, Jim, in Peoria, Tony Twist had 244 penalty minutes. That was kind of on pace for almost 500 penalty minutes.
Chris, let's not forget he did have 2 goals and 10 assists as well.
So those two are off. Teams continue to play at even strength here with under 6.5 minutes to go in the second period. Tim Hunter back into his own zone. Forecheck by Loiselle. And it's McCowan. Out to McClellan. Big Brian McClellan. Up against Belichick. Passes to an open wing. Hunter gets there first. Hunter falls on the play against Loiselle. And here comes the veteran Loiselle, who's not really happy in Quebec. He has requested a trade, but continues to play. And his backhand gloved down by Vernon, who holds for a faceoff. The shots on goal are 30 for the Flames, 12 for the Nordiques. But it's the Quebec Nordiques who continue to lead with exactly 6 minutes to go in the second.
Suddenly, February 4th, loving husband to Catherine, proud father.
You can help to end the pain.
Of Patrick and Elizabeth at the request of the family. A donation to the Heart and Stroke.
Research and education are working when you give to your local Heart and Stroke Foundation. we're improving your odds against Canada's #1 killer. Together, we can end the pain.
Guy Lafleur and the Nordiques will go to Edmonton tomorrow, and next Saturday we'll be at the Northlands Coliseum as the Oilers play host to the Montreal Canadiens. Here at the Saddle Dome tonight, the fans not seeing what they expected. The Nordiques with a 1-goal lead here late in the second period. Flames have outscored their opposition in the 10 previous home games, 61-25. So the fans here aren't accustomed to watching the 21st best team in the NHL up by 1. Here's Stéphane Matteau. Hits center and scores! Oh my, a strange one. Matteau scored from his own side of center.
Well, in 15 years, Stéphane Matteau will describe that goal as an end-to-ender. But right now, everybody knows that the Calgary Flames have just got a lucky break. I don't know why or what we can tell you on this replay. Matteau doing a good job. He keeps skating. He's going to pick the puck up, but take a look at the bounce. That puck took a hard right. Jacques Cloutier had pretty good position on it. Take a look at the way the puck bounces to your left as you're looking at the screen. Boom, right there. And Cloutier a little bit out of his net to the right. Gets completely caught off guard. I don't know how you can blame him on that one, but Calgary has tied the game because of it.
On a night when we're reminiscing about Guy Lafleur and his greatness, here's another chance in a block shot. And a night when we talk about the great Guy Lafleur, a goal reminiscent of Jim Poplinski's career, scored by Stéphane Matteau. Here's another chance for Fleury, and scores!
I'm sure you were talking about this goal, Chris. You had a feeling it would come when you were talking about my career. Jacques Cloutier playing Fleury. Not badly. McInnes, a great passer. And take a look at the way he gets this one up to Fleury. Fleury always on the move. Look at McInnes. Takes a look, lays it up and down. And Fleury, with good speed, is around Wallane. And look how close he is to Cloutier. And he still gets the puck right upstairs on his backhand. Another look at Fleury. His head up, right to the shelf. A great goal by Fleury. I thought he was a little bit too tight on Cloutier. He did an outstanding job of getting that puck right upstairs. And he's only 1 goal away from his 3rd career hat trick.
28 seconds apart, and Dave Chambers has seen a 4-3 lead turn into a 5-4 disadvantage. Fleury from McInnes after an unassisted goal by Matteau. And that 8-8 score might look low by the end of the night. We talked about that 8-8 tie just over a year ago between these two teams. Goals coming in bunches, 32 shots already for the Flames in this game, and we've still got 5 minutes left in period 2. Here's Mark Hunter with the shot. Cloutier kicks that out. Pass for Fenton behind him out to center. And McCowan regroups there, and Fleury has a pair. Scott Pearson, 2 for the Nordiques.
When you're not used to winning games, a strange goal at the wrong time can really throw your team off kilter. It happened against Vancouver the other night when a goal that Vancouver thought shouldn't be allowed was allowed. Calgary came back. Gilmore scored right away. Matteau just scored with a strange one. And bang, Fleury's right back with a nice one to put Calgary ahead of the Quebec Nordiques.
Offside against the Nordiques, down to 4:25 left in the second period.
We concealed the identity of this 91 Hyundai XL to find out what people thought it was worth.
It's great.
Fully loaded?
Handles well.
That's roomy.
Is it Japanese? I'd say about 60,000.
About 18 grand. At least 15,000.
18 something.
More car than you expect for less than you think. The 1991 XL.
Game was tied at 1 at the Met Center in Minnesota. First sellout of the year for the North Stars, and Brian Bellows scores his 27th from in close, getting it past Millen, and it's 2-1 Minnesota now in the second period over Chicago. Chris?
Ken, that's the biggest storyline of the night, a sellout in Minnesota.
I've got Norm Green's son sitting about 15 feet away from me. And I guess that's why he's got such a big smile on his face. His dad must have called him and told him that the building was sold out in Minnesota.
And the North Stars starting to play like they deserve sellout crowds. Penalty coming up against the Nordiques. So after giving up 2 goals in less than 30 seconds, it goes from bad to worse. And Quebec will be a man short, and the Flames get another chance in the power play.
Well, Sergei Makarov, a very difficult guy to drop, to knock off the puck. Stephen Finn gets caught. Makarov can get back on his heels somehow and make you think he's going to the left when he's really going to the right. Stephen Finn gets caught on this. Look at Makarov. He keeps his feet moving. He gets back. On his way in, Finn has no choice but to haul him down. And Schick, look at Makarov. Even when he's down on the ice, he puts the puck on Roberts' stick. But Rob Schick ends up putting Stephen Finn and the road captain in the box. At home, Joe Sakic is the Nordique captain. On the road, it's Stephen Finn.
And the other captain got the face-off and got the puck down the ice for the Nordiques with under 4 minutes to go here in the second period. 5-4. Flames have the lead in a shootout at the Saddledome. Makarov in to get it first. There's Nieuwendyk putting it in front. Wolanin had trouble with it. Gets it ahead to Sakic. Nice move past McInnes out to center, and Sakic looking for more. He has Huff breaking. Joe Sakic all the way. Rebound. Pile up in front, and somehow 3 Flames. I'm not sure if Johansson or Vernon made the stop. Fleury was in the goal crease as well. Oh, that's Sakic something. Fleury drops for McCowan. Cross ice pass. Makarov will set it up. Nieuwendyk from the side of the net, and Cloutier has it underneath him. He thinks. Play whistle down.
Well, the quickest way to find out if it's underneath you is look behind you. And Cloutier did that, and it ended up smothering the puck. A great play by Sakic down at the other end. Ron Tugnut's getting a bit of a break tonight.
He's seen plenty of nights like this year.
He certainly has. Take a look at this move. Look at Gillies is going hard to the net. A fake. Look at all the Flames collapse to the net. Fleury stops one. Sakic doing a great job of staying on top of the puck. Ordinarily, you'd shoot it and forget about it. You get a guy that's focused on the biscuit, and he does a great job in getting that second shot.
Gilmore, McInnes, big shot, and Gary Roberts was ducking as that went high. Nordiques get it out, and it's Gillis giving chase. Talking about Joe Sakic, here Paget, the general manager and former Flames assistant. Here's Hunter with a shot. That's blocked. Cloutier's down, and Wolanin will clear. Was saying he has 6 or 7 good offers from other teams for a player that would put those other teams over the top in the playoffs. The only guy I can think of that could do that is Joe Sakic, but can the Nordiques afford to get rid of him? Here's a chance, and they score! Gilmore with the tip, and another power play goal.
Well, interesting, Doug Gilmore scored the goal, and Gary Roberts immediately went to Mark Hunter. Mark Hunter's been having a bit of a tough time, and he makes a nice play to set up Doug Gilmore. Look at Mark Hunter, big, strong guy, goes wide, takes a look back where Doug Gilmore is, and Gilmore is right there, and the defense has to spread out because they are shorthanded. Gilmore with that great touch around the net, doesn't shoot the puck that hard, has a great hand-eye coordination. Mark Hunter slides it out. Gilmore finds the opening. Cloutier just had 6 go by him with more than a period to go.
Doug Gilmore now has scored in his last 12 home games at least a point. That's his 17th. Mark Hunter and Al McInnes. Well, we talked about the 2 red-hot Flames, Gilmore and Fleury. Gilmore scoring his 17th, and of course Fleury really the catalyst here for the Flames tonight with a pair of goals.
Theron Fleury started off the season very, very strong. Was a little slow from 40 to 50 games. He's been absolutely outstanding for the last month, and Doug Gilmore has picked up the pace as well. These guys are really leading the charges.
Gilmore from Hunter McInnes, 17-21, and it's 6-4 Calgary. Been a strange one. Flames down in the first 2 minutes, 2-0. They were up 3-2, then down 4-3. And here's Sundin, scores, and what a goal by Matt Sundin.
Well, Dana Merzen having a bit of a tough time back, and Doug Risebrough is not happy about the way this game is going. Merzen plays Sundin a little too soft, and look at Sundin watching the puck. A big guy can take a bump. Gives Vernon a bit of a shift. Vernon freezes. Sundin goes high to the glove. and he's going to retape his stick because of it. Quebec isn't out of this game, and Chris, I thought you were a little out of line saying that the game might be close to what 8-8 was a year ago October, but in fact, I would have to say that you're pretty darn accurate in your guesstimate.
Geez, that's a first.
You got me by one.
Sundin with his 18th. Here's Gary Roberts, but offside is the call, as this one's really opening up. And Roberts didn't agree with the call.
Well, Gary Roberts has been skating very well of late. A number of the Flames, I think I've seen a lot more snap in them here in the last 4 weeks, and Gary Roberts falls into that category. He's back with Nieuwendyk and Makarov. He's got better hands, I think, than what people give him credit for. Some guys think that it was a real accident that he scored 39 goals, and that was due just to Nieuwendyk and Makarov, and certainly they're a factor. But Roberts is a pretty talented guy, and at times he looks a little unorthodox. He does a great job. He's got lots of grit.
Darren Fleury has 2 for the Flames. Scott Pearson and Matt Sundin have 2 apiece for the Nordiques. 6, 5, 8 goals have come in the second period. Nordiques looking for more. Sakic put it in front, cleared away by Johansson, and that's Makarov with it. Makarov has some trouble with it, but skates to center. Pass Sakic inside the line. And the pass behind Roberts, the Nordiques quickly turn. Here comes Sakic against McCowan, looking for one of the defensemen to pinch in. Puck still loose. Now McInnes takes over. We approach the final minute of this second period. Kusara. Up ahead to Loiselle. Vermette to center, broken up by Fleury, and there's Gilmore. Looking for Matteau. Paul Gillis grabbed by Matteau. Gilmore forechecking. Real scrap behind the net, and they hold it long enough for a face-off. 38 seconds to go in the second period. Temper's almost as hot as the goal scorers here at the Saddle Dome. Now with the Hockey Night in Canada update, here's Ken Daniels.
Thank you very much, Chris. At the arena in St. Louis, the Blues, who lead the NHL, now lead Boston. That's Calgary native Bob Basson around Stefan Quintel, and slipping it under Lemelin, who should have had that one, but St. Louis leads the Bruins 2-1 second period. Chris?
Well, if you like goals, you'll like this hockey game, and the fans at the Saddle Dome, I think, are enjoying the wide open action, but maybe not a precarious Flames lead.
Well, there's been some games where Doug Risebrough has been happy with the play even though the team has lost. I would suggest tonight he will be disappointed with the play even if the Flames win. In the 3 previous games, tonight Calgary's had 5 goals against already. Against St. Louis, it was 7-4. Against Vancouver, it was 6-4. In the 7 games previous to that, they had only allowed 13 goals against. So Risebrough will not be completely satisfied with the defensive part of the game. Dave Chambers has got to be happy with the way his team has kept bouncing back in this contest tonight.
Wolanin takes a look at the clock, gets it to Vermette. Great score in the American Hockey League, but he hasn't got on track here. Gets a shot on goal, kicked out by Vernon. And again, the fans on Vernon. 5 goals and 16 shots now for the Nordiques against Mike Vernon. Cullen has it tied up along the boards. And with 11 seconds to go, Flames get it out to center. Hunter after it there. Loiselle clears it back in. Natras will try his luck. Long shot. Cloutier handled that. No funny bounce, and that will do it for period number 2. 8 goals later. And I'm sure Jacques Cloutier and Mike Vernon are glad to get to the dressing room after that barrage. Here's how it all unfolded. Makarov and Fleury gave the Flames a 3-2 lead. Pearson and Gusarov came back, and it was 4-3 Nordiques, but we were only halfway through the second period. Then came Matteau, Fleury, and Gilmore scoring in a flurry before Sundin with that coast-to-coast effort, which leaves the score 6-5 after 2 periods of play. Hey, we'll get Don Cherry in the second intermission, so stay tuned for that. The score at the end of the second period, the Calgary Flames 5, the Quebec Nordiques 4.
Great McDonald's value.
And here I thought your allowance was too low.
You can always count on McDonald's. Always good food, always good value.
The Accord 4-door sedan. We took a good idea and built on it. Introducing the Accord Wagon from Honda.
The New Home Warranty Program offers industry-backed protection for Alberta new home buyers. If your warranty program builder is unable to refund your payment, complete your home for any reason, or fails to honor our warranty, rest assured that you won't be left without support. Our new home warranty provides comprehensive payment protection, and we'll pay up to $25,000 to cover the costs of completing your home, as well as a 5-year warranty when you move in. New home warranty, protecting your investment.
A compact car with 35 standard features for under $9,000. Sound impossible? Sounds like Dodge Shadow S and Plymouth Sundance S. With the largest engines in their class, great fuel economy and roominess. Chrysler dealers are also giving $500 cash to you, or automatic transmission at no extra cost. Plus, the longest powertrain warranty in its class. With Plymouth Sundance S and Dodge Shadow S, you get more for less. Only Chrysler makes it possible. Advantage, Chrysler.
Value and selection are at your local IGA. This week, shop for Maple Leaf Sliced Beef Bologna, a proud sponsor of IGA Hockey Challenge. Enter to win IGA gift certificates or a well-equipped 1991 Ford Taurus. People come first at IGA.
Coach's Corner. Brought to you by Pepsi. It's got what it takes.
Well, Don, it's been quite a week for you when you think about it. Bobby Orr, Kenny Reardon, and me. So you're getting to see all your pals.
It goes downhill for a little while.
5 out of 7 teams in Canada are on Hockey Night in Canada tonight. So with just over a month to go in the season, I've briefed you on this.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you questions about all the teams beginning in the West and get your comments. The Canucks, first up.
Well, first of all, Pat Quinn's a friend of mine, but you know Pat is a college graduate. You know that, eh?
Yes, lawyer.
And I think, and a lawyer too, yes, you're right. And I think sometimes there's a little lack of communication between his players. I was watching in the paper, I read this, and I copied it down like this, and here's how Pat talks to them as he goes in the dressing room, okay? It was in the paper. Now, this is how, when it got pucks in the corner, this is what Pat wants them to do. Here's what he says. Basically, the first man, the closest man to the puck, has the obligation to force the man with the puck. You follow me so far?
Oh, those are big words.
To move it someplace or lose it. He is to dislodge him from the puck. Now, I think he means there, I'm not sure, first guy in, whack, and he'll cough it up, second guy in. I think that's what, but these college graduates sometimes, just kidding, Pat, just kidding.
All right, what about Edmonton?
Edmonton, I got 2 calls from reporters in Detroit. Here's the rumor, and I don't deal in rumors, but there's a little fire here. They want Fedorov. Sather wants Fedorov. He'd be perfect. He thinks he's another Curry and all that young guy and everything.
Plus 16 in Detroit.
Yeah, boy, he's a good hockey player. Good Russian. Not too many, but he's a good Russian. Not afraid, no mask.
Yeah. Or who?
Okay, now, they want Fuhrer. Here's the story. Fuhrer writes to Curry and Klima. They want Klima back. But that wouldn't be a bad trade. I don't think that'd be a bad trade.
For who?
For Detroit.
For Detroit?
Yes, I think Detroit
give
would
up
be
on
smart.
Fedorov?
Well, no,
I can't believe Glenn would give away Fuhrer and
That's
Also
the rumor.
rights to Curry.
It's a big rumor in Detroit. Glenn's probably home saying no way, but you never know.
He's got Billy Ranford. He'll be okay. Calgary.
Guess so.
We're getting behind as usual.
All right, Calgary, I'll tell you right now, we're going right off. We're going right now. I said they'll be first in their division. Look out for them in the playoffs. Too much talent. Goaltender, I hope, comes through for him.
Winnipeg.
Winnipeg, I settled down the other night, and I'm saying, okay, Esna, 4-0-2 against L.A. Esna's going to do it again. Never lost to them, right? Oh, no. Just like the finals last year. Yank him and put in Tabarachi. Not a bad kid. He's all right. Another guy in that team, career enders at Marchment. Look out for that guy.
Brian Marchment.
He gets you in the trolley track. It could be career over.
Toronto. How do you like my questions?
Toronto doing all right. You're doing all right, kid. Well, Toronto's still struggling. I don't know how they're going to do. They're not going to make the playoffs, but
Pittsburgh 11-4 though. What happened?
Well, I don't know.
Although you must be happy Godinyak and Hrdina fought.
Who? Godinyak and Hrdina? Are you kidding? They both wear masks. Marshmallows at 10 paces. They're all scratched up. Are you kidding? Two women we'd rather be fighting.
Never. Can't say that. Quebec City. Nordiques, what are they going to do?
Quebec City, keep up the good work, you guys. Don't get stupid and win a few games. You got Eric coming.
And can't say that either. Let's see. How about Montreal? Try them.
Montreal,
30 seconds.
30 seconds, a lot of injuries right now. Everybody's on Richer. They should know it's good year, bad year, good year, bad year. This is his
What
bad
about
year.
Denny Savard? Even though he's got 20, they don't seem to be
Let me tell you something about Dennis Savard. Say what you want about Dennis Savard. In Chicago, all he had to do was put on a little show, and everybody was happy. Here, they expect results. But Pat Burns never knocks Dennis Savard because of one thing: he tries his best. He's not doing his best, but he always tries, and that's all you can ask off Dennis Savard.
So who's going to win the Cup from Canada?
Pardon?
Who's going to win the Stanley Cup from Canada? 7 Canadian teams. Summing all of this up, who do you like best of the 7 Canadian teams?
It's a month to go in the season. You're asking me that?
Yeah.
Calgary.
All right, but they'll probably have a tough...
Good evening, I'm Peter Mansbridge with another update on the ground war now underway in the Persian Gulf. It started almost 2 hours ago with coalition forces beginning what is being described as a massive offensive into Kuwait against Iraqi fortifications along the Saudi-Kuwaiti border. Early reports, not surprisingly, are very sketchy, all coming from the coalition side. The reports suggest heavy casualties on the Iraqi side and hundreds of Iraqi soldiers surrendering. But just exactly where and in how many places along the border that the invasion took place is unclear. Whether or not amphibious forces were used as well is also unclear. What is clear is that the ground war has begun, and in a few moments, seconds actually, President Bush will speak from the White House with his reasons for why the action was taken tonight. It's expected that moments later, Prime Minister Mulroney will be releasing a statement from Ottawa. Now, here's President Bush in Washington with his explanation of the beginning of the ground war.
Yesterday, after conferring with my senior national security advisors and following extensive consultations with our coalition partners, Saddam Hussein was given one last chance, set forth in very explicit terms to do what he should have done more than 6 months ago: withdraw from Kuwait without condition or further delay, and comply fully with the resolutions passed by the United Nations Security Council. Regrettably, the noon deadline passed without the agreement of the government of Iraq to meet demands of United Nations Security Council Resolution 660, as set forth in the specific terms spelled out by the coalition to withdraw unconditionally from Kuwait. To the contrary, what we have seen is a redoubling of Saddam Hussein's efforts to destroy completely Kuwait and its people. I have therefore directed General Norman Schwarzkopf, in conjunction with coalition forces, to use all forces available, including ground forces, to eject the Iraqi army from Kuwait. Once again, this was a decision made only after extensive consultations within our coalition partnership. The liberation of Kuwait has now entered a final phase. I have complete confidence in the ability of the coalition forces swiftly and decisively to accomplish their mission. Tonight, as this coalition of countries seeks to do that which is right and just. I ask only that all of you stop what you were doing and say a prayer for all the coalition forces, and especially for our men and women in uniform, who this very moment are risking their lives for their country and for all of us. May God bless and protect each and every one of them, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much.
A 2.5-minute statement from U.S. President George Bush to the American people and to the world over the reasons why the ground offensive has begun. President Bush calling it the liberation of Kuwait now in its final phase, that he expects the action to take place swiftly and decisively, and calling on Americans to offer up a prayer for all coalition forces, and of course especially for the American president, asking for special prayers for the American forces, who are the major group in that ground offensive now taking place. In Washington, our correspondent is David Halton. David, listening to that very short statement, no questions being taken by the U.S. president, your thoughts?
Well, very significant, I think, Peter, that not only did President Bush say that Iraq had failed to comply with the noon deadline, but he mentioned that Iraq is redoubling its efforts, as he put it, to destroy Kuwait and its people. This after reports have streamed into Washington all day, some of them from Kuwaiti resistance forces, that the scorched earth tactics being used by Iraq have now reached new proportions, that the Iraqi forces, according to the reports we got earlier from the Pentagon, have begun blowing up buildings in Kuwait City, mass arrests of young Kuwaitis, as many as 2,000 rounded up in the last 24 hours, reports also of executions and torture. That clearly was a very strong motivating factor for the president. We're going to get perhaps some of the first military details of the offensive in about 20 minutes from now, from when the Defense Secretary Dick Cheney will give a briefing at the Pentagon. We're told not to expect, though, many details of the offensive at this stage. Clearly, there's a fear that too much information let out at this stage might enable Iraq to launch a counterattack. There's a particular fear here that that attack could involve chemical weapons. For the rest, a lot of reports circulating, none of them confirm that the offensive is being carried out over a wide area, 200 kilometers along the Kuwait-Saudi border and the Iraq-Saudi border. So, in fact, the indications are that this is the big offensive that everyone's been expecting.
All right, David, thanks very much. I want to go to Ottawa now, where Don Newman is standing by outside the Prime Minister's office at the Langevin block. Don, the Prime Minister's office just releasing a statement?
Yes, Peter, I have it here. I'm just taking a fast look at it. The Prime Minister saying, the statement released in his name, saying immediate and decisive military action has become necessary because of Iraqi destruction of Kuwaiti oil wells and reports of renewed atrocities against the Kuwaiti people. But the Prime Minister saying that his government has deep sadness tonight. The ground campaign has had to be launched as a result of Saddam Hussein's rejection of the coalition's offer to end the war. And there's quite a bit of background here stating again why the government and why the coalition found unacceptable the Soviet-Iraqi deal that was hammered out yesterday in Moscow. And it goes on to say, the government of Canada is disappointed that it has come to this. Our responsibility now is to help make sure that the will of the international community is respected. Canadian forces will play their full part in the collective effort to liberate Kuwait and restore the rule of international law. So that statement just out this very moment, Peter, at the conclusion of President Bush's remarks.
Okay, Don, it is worth noting, and we should remind viewers that while there are no Canadian ground forces involved in the Gulf operation right now, there is that field hospital that is operating alongside the British forces that could be very involved in the action that is starting to take place tonight. Just briefly, Don, what can you tell us about any communication between Mulroney and Bush tonight on this?
Well, the communication came earlier today, Brian. Pardon me, Peter. It came, the president was up at Camp David. He phoned Brian Mulroney at 24 Sussex Drive and told him of the timing and the intention to launch the war. And in fact, when the deputy ministers got together, as they did here at 6 o'clock this evening, that's the Mirror Committee of the War Cabinet, when they got together, they already knew that, in fact, that the war was going to begin around 8 o'clock Ottawa time. And one of the clues, I guess, that a statement like this was coming was one of the Prime Minister's speechwriters was seen going into the Langevin block about the time that that committee meeting started. This is, I guess, some of his handiwork as well as the Prime Minister's thoughts.
All right, Don, thanks very much. I want to go to Montreal now, where military and international affairs analyst Gwyn Dyer is standing by. Gwyn, early going on this, and as always, details extremely sketchy. What are you able to piece together about what little we know now?
Well, what little we know suggests that what everybody's been saying for the last month at least was roughly right, and indeed there weren't many other options. I mean, the principal attack is very likely to be already underway. In fact, the Americans are saying it started about 2 hours ago, and that is a 4 or 5 armored division plus mechanized infantry division drive from the western area, in fact, west of the Kuwaiti-Saudi border, along the direct border between Saudi Arabia and Iraq, heading up towards that river line, probably going to come out around upriver from Basra, Nasiriyah, somewhere like that, which is attempting to get behind the Republican Guard divisions on the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border and cut them off from all contact with their supplies and home. Meanwhile, a lot of activity along the entrenchments that run the length of the border between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, which are filled with, as several people have mentioned, generally lower grade troops, that is to say, not professionals but conscripts. And I suspect an attempt not only to rivet a lot of Iraqi attention there by threatening breakthroughs, but to get several large surrenders early on. I mean, there's definite propaganda benefits even towards the rest of the Iraqi forces if they can put, say, 5,000 people into the bag in one area very quickly. And then the Marines, the third prong, out on the coast, moving back and forth up the coast. They may have put forces ashore. They may have feinted, pretended that they were going to do so, just to keep forces pinned down along the coast there. Those are the 3 prongs.
Okay, Gwyn, on a night like this, we're left usually pointing at maps and things like that, trying to get some sense of what might be happening on the ground. I think what can safely be said, one assumes, is that an operation anywhere near as massive as they're hinting at now, that there is a lot of killing going on along that border right now.
I would say that there is a lot. I mean, the American government, President Bush, has clearly accepted, in order to do this, casualties that will be in the low thousands at least, not necessarily low thousands of dead, but possibly low thousands of dead and wounded for his own forces, and very much higher than that I would expect for the Iraqi forces.
All right, Gwyn, thanks very much. We're going to go over to Saudi Arabia now. We're standing by as the CBC's Joe Schlesinger in Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. Joe, I know it's, we're still looking at about 10 after 6 in the morning there. Details just as sketchy over there, but what can you tell us from your vantage point?
Well, as you say, there's not much information here, and if there were, I would suspect it as disinformation at this stage. No smart general, certainly the military, wouldn't be giving out their positions where they were. We know or have heard that several of the coastal islands have been taken over by the coalition and that troops were captured there. That's about the only thing we do know. That's probably from that amphibious force that's been cruising up and down the coast there with 17,000 U.S. Marines aboard. Otherwise, the thing that we have to watch, what the coalition forces have to watch out for, are some of the static defenses that the Iraqis have, some of the ditches that they filled with oil that they were prepared to set ablaze once the invaders came at them. And we know that yesterday the U.S. Marines again tried to preempt that by setting those ditches aflame by bombing them with napalm.
All right, Joe, just briefly on this point, one of the big problems of covering this ground offensive will be the extremely strict rules in place on journalists. I understand already tonight some attempted trying to get some pictures back of one helicopter attack on the coalition side against the Iraqis has been ruled unacceptable to put on television given the extent of the casualties seen on the Iraqi side in these pictures. Just talk to us for a moment about the restrictions placed on the coverage of this.
Well, everything has to be cleared by sensors, and that doesn't just mean that you are going out with an escort. You have to go out with a military escort, but also what you get out of it. It can also be sort of censored before it is sent by satellite. So at every point, really, they have a stranglehold on information. It would be very difficult to bypass it.
All right, Joe, thanks very much. We'll talk to you a little later on. I want to go over to Amman, Jordan now, where Patrick Brown is standing by, who's been monitoring events going on inside Iraq from neighboring Jordan. Patrick, what, if anything, is being said over Baghdad radio at this hour about the ground offensive now underway on the part of the coalition forces?
Well, Peter, Baghdad Radio must be just about the only broadcasting station around the world that hasn't put on some kind of special programming of the kind that we're doing now to talk about the progress of the war. Not a word from them so far since the ground offensive began. I would guess that the likely reaction from Baghdad Radio once they do come on the air is much the same as it has been all the way through, which is variation on the theme that the Iraqi forces will make the Americans swim in their own blood, and so on. A great deal of rhetorical flourish and calls for steadfastness and predictions of ultimate victory. The last word after the deadline passed was that, referring to President Bush as the devil himself, who is living under the influence of the film Rambo, that he's planning to destroy and annihilate Iraq, and Iraq will eventually overcome.
All right, Patrick. We'll check in with you later on during the ground offensive, which is now into its more than 2 hours now since it began. 8 o'clock Eastern, we're told, was when the offensive actually began. Go to Ottawa now, where General Rene Goodnecht is standing by, former tank commander with the Canadian Armed Forces. General Goodnecht, give us some hints as to what you're thinking in the sense of what you've heard so far tonight. We're given very sketchy details on what we should be contemplating in these hours ahead.
Well, it's really all that has to be said has been said, except that our focus really has been on the front lines, on the flank, and on the amphibious attack. Airland Battle 2000 also visualizes the whole battlefield being engaged at once in depth. And I would be waiting for some activity in depth from the air and also possibly from long-range patrols and airborne troops. And I'm sure, for instance, the Marines have had people ashore, small patrols or even maybe larger patrols ashore for a few days already. So I'm looking for activity all over the battlefield. Obviously, the main activity probably coming from the flanks.
Okay, and when you talk about the airborne activity, I guess it's units like the 82nd Airborne, the 101st Airborne, the U.S. Troops that drop from the skies, they're positioned well in behind then the Iraqi forces. So I guess it's hard to say behind the Iraqi forces because there's so many of them spread out across Kuwait and in southern Iraq.
They could well be dropped behind the front lines, yes, to hold what Clausewitz has always called the center of gravity of a battlefield. And so they could be there. I would be watching for that kind of an operation.
All right, General Goodnecht, thanks very much. We'll talk to you again in a few moments' time. We're going to go and stay in Ottawa by talking to John Ziegler from Carleton University, Middle East analyst. John, when you listened to the president there, any surprises in that 2.5 minutes of what he had to say?
No, not at all. We're in a phase of political rhetoric. We've concentrated on that in Baghdad, but rallying around the flag is going to go on in Washington as well. The real concentration here is the military side, and I don't think the political rhetoric is going to tell us very much.
What Joe mentioned a moment ago, and you heard him talking about disinformation at a time like this, I guess we can point back to every major military activity, certainly of the last decade, that we're most familiar with, whether it was Grenada or Panama or the Falklands. And these early hours, especially of a major ground offensive, do involve a lot of disinformation, not necessarily on the part of governments lying to their own people, but trying to influence how the other side reacts to the offensive that's taking place.
Absolutely, and we're going to see that again. The real story will only be told long after the battle is over here, even on the military side. And of course, there is another far more sophisticated political battle going on in the streets in the Arab world and elsewhere, and that's going to be a much longer show as well to watch that one.
Okay, John, thanks very much. Just to sum up then, before we rejoin Hockey Night in Canada, the ground offensive has begun on the part of the coalition forces going in at least into Kuwait to face the Iraqi forces there. Also indications of a flanking maneuver going around through southern Iraq to get in back at the Republican Guard and perhaps back into Kuwait itself. The operation underway, details extremely sketchy at this hour and likely will remain that way for hours to come. The President of the United States saying that the move was made today after the deadline passed and after examples that he's seen of atrocities taking place inside Kuwait by Iraqi forces. That's the latest update on the Gulf War. I'm Peter Mansbridge.
Jim Paplitsky, Ken Daniels, and the rest of the Hockey Night in Canada crew back at the Olympic Saddledome in Calgary. We're early in the third period of a 6-6 game, and that is the man who has tied it, Tony Herkus, with his 12th of the year. And this is one, Jim, that Mike Vernon would like to have back.
Well, he sure would. Herkus doing a good job moving laterally, and the puck just barely finds its way when things aren't going great for a goaltender. Sometimes the biscuit has eyes, and Herkus is glad it did. Vernon, not so glad, but Herkus going into the boards very hard. Comes back to tie the game up for Les Nordiques.
Two teams playing with 4 skaters aside. Joe Nieuwendyke's in the penalty box for holding for the Flames. Mario Doyon took a hooking penalty 21 seconds later, so plenty of open ice here for Joe Sakic and company. Great pass into Huff. Mike Huff in, and he hit the side of the net as Vernon got a piece of it. Vernon has been fighting the puck tonight, but he challenged Huff and comes up with a save. Now Fleury back. Reichel was breaking, but it's cut off by Velishchek. And Velishchek flips it in on Vernon, and again the crowd reacts. It's been a tough night for the Calgary native. Here's Al McInnes back, goal and 2 assists, and he blasted that one just wide. Fleury forechecking. Reichel comes up with a loose puck, drops it to Johansson, shot! Change direction, hit the side of the net. Steve Finn for the Nordiques. Gets it to the line, kept in by Johansson. That shot's high. 38 seconds to go in the Nieuwendyke minor penalty as Gusarov takes a look. Pearson's breaking at center ice. Alexei Gusarov past Gilmore. Up to Joe Sakic. Sakic dumps it in. Mentioned the possibility, at least the outside chance of a Sakic trade. Do you think the Nordiques would ever get rid of Sakic with Eric Lindros coming?
Gosh, I can't imagine him doing that. Sakic's played very, very well for Quebec. He's been around for a while. He's got some presence. He's an outstanding player.
Here's Pearson with Herkus, and Pearson couldn't get Herkus the puck. At center, Finn chops it in. Offside the call, and there again, the reaction of the fans to Mike Vernon's play tonight. With another Hockey Night in Canada update, here's Ken Daniels.
Well, Chris, Brett Hull has already scored on the forehand tonight, his 66th in his 13th straight game, so sure, why not? Go to the backhand for his 67th. He has 2 tonight. It's 3-1 St. Louis.
The numbers are unbelievable. He had 2 here at the Saddledome last Sunday in a loss against the Flames. 30 at home, 37 on the road, 67 goals on the season, and he's still got a quarter of the year to go.
He's got goals in 2/3 of his games. Absolutely unbelievable.
Honestly, when you were a teammate of his, did you think that he could score that many?
Well, Chris, I haven't been wrong about judging a player yet, but I've got to say with Brett, I thought that he might be a consistent 40-goal scorer. I'm always wrong when I look at these guys.
Who could anticipate, though, 70 goals and more, as he did last year, and he's well on his way again this season.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Now both teams are at full strength, and it's Paul Fenton with Otto and Mark Hunter up front. Hunter after it in a 6-6 tie. In case you've just joined us again, Tony Herkus early in the third has tied it for the Nordiques. Been a wild one. Fenton trying to stuff it in from the side of the net, and he was almost successful, and now there's a real pile-up, and Fenton is down, and he appears to be shaken up. Otto's on top of Randy Velishchek, and maybe Fenton's just taking a break. A 6-6 tie here in Calgary. Tonight's game coming to you from the Olympic Saddledome in Calgary.
People love the convenience of fax machines. What most of us don't like are funny paper faxes that curl up. That's why Xerox makes a wide range of plain paper fax machines. For plain paper documents that are easy to read and a pleasure to handle. And Xerox plain paper fax machines come with the Xerox Total Satisfaction Guarantee to ensure you're satisfied, which is plain terrific. Faxing, scanning, copying, printing. Xerox, the document company.
To date on on other action tonight. The Canucks with a 2-goal lead against Detroit. Canadians continue to lead the Leafs. It's a final in Hartford. The scrapping Sabres have come up with a win. Philadelphia leading the Islanders. Brett Hull is the difference as St. Louis leads Boston. As now 2-2 Chicago and Minnesota at the sold-out Civic Center in Bloomington. Met Center. There's a shot right off the face-off. Fleury takes his man to the boards, comes up with the puck, feeds the point. McInnes the shot, and it's kicked out by Cloutier as Fleury provided the screen. Vermette dumps it in. After it's Kip Miller, Owen Nolan in front. There's the pass, and it comes outside the line.
Chris, Frank Musil has not returned since he hurt his wrist in the second period, and as well, Gary Suter, we found out quite some time ago that has got a pulled muscle in his back, and he's unable to enter the contest tonight because of that.
Fleury with the shot. Cloutier made the save with Matteau standing on the doorstep. Flames getting a little thin on defense. Dana Merson is out there now. His first game since December the 1st, and now McInnes, we would expect would see a lot of ice time in this third period. McInnes took a slash from Wolanin. Penalty coming up. Gilmore shooting, and he fired it wide. Roberts can't control it. Sakic touches it, and here comes the penalty. After a slash, Craig Wolanin's going to the box.
It's new. Speed Stick deodorant now has its most powerful combination of ingredients ever. Its stronger new formula delivers more defense against odor. It has no alcohol. Its protection doesn't fade. Speed Stick, new stronger formula.
After the scraping, after soothes, after the burning, after soothes, after aftershave skin conditioner. Nothing's more soothing after.
Craig Wolanin figured he would lay a pretty good hit on Al McInnes, and here's your replay. Look at Wolanin. Whoops! McInnes sees him coming, pulls out the lumber and tries to cut McInnes down to size. Schick realizes that he goes a little bit too far. Dave Chambers has got to put his last place penalty killing back against Calgary's number 4 power play.
Dave Chambers told me today it is tough on the players to lose as much as they have over the last 3 or 4 years, but it's tough on the coaches too. And he said he knew Michel Bergeron was spent by the end of last year, and the coaches have had to maintain some sense of humor in Quebec this year. There have been an awful lot of nights like this. This is a pretty good night for the Nordiques because they have a chance to win or gain a point. And it hasn't happened too much. Net knocked off the mooring. Although the Nordiques are ahead of last year's pace by 9 points. In fact, they have already 4 points more than last year. But isn't that something? Given up 5 or more goals in 29 games this year. They've been beaten by 5 or more goals 10 times this year.
Well, it's no surprise when you're allowing goals like that you lose hockey games. But Dave Chambers is a bright guy. He's very, very serious. I think he's got to be careful that he doesn't get too concerned about the number of losses. And when the season starts next year, he's got a lot of work to do over the summer in improving his club with a good draft pick. Things can change dramatically, and even with a 9-point increase this year, Chris, they're at least moving in the right direction. And I would think that under Pierre Pagé and the coaching staff they have now, they will continue to improve.
Here's Merson with a shot through traffic. Loose puck in front. Reichel wrapped it wide. Reichel in the corner now. Nieuwendyk. Or check that. Otto behind the net. Otto beats the point. There's Merson. And there's a loose puck, and here comes Sakic. Joe Sakic with a break. Shooting, scores! Short-handed goal, and the Nordiques lead again.
Well, Sakic showing some pretty good snap. James McCowan, one of the fastest skaters in the National Hockey League, and there's a giveaway at the blue line. Dana Merson gets caught, and Sakic has got already a step. Now watch McCowan coming out of the right side. Sakic takes a quick look, and he puts it up high on Vernon. Vernon with a pretty good angle on it, goes down a tad too early. And that puck, take a look at this shot. Boom, Vernon on his way down, and a well-placed shot right to the roof. Takes the water bottle with it, reminiscent of a goal that Wayne Gretzky scored here in the playoffs a few years ago. The other end of the rink, but a high shot. Mike Byrne going down a little bit too early, and Sakic with a well-positioned puck and some pretty impressive speed to outrace James McCowan. gives his team a 1-goal lead. 13 goals so far scored in this hockey game.
Short-handed goal, the 7th by the Nordiques this year. 35th of the year for Sakic. The fans stay on Vernon. Unassisted at 7:59. And when Joe Sakic has scored this year, the Nordiques are 10, 10, and 7. He has a goal and 2 assists tonight. Loiselle gets it down the ice. Clock ticking down to 1 minute left in the power play for the Flames. 11.5 minutes to go in the game. Flames trailing Los Angeles by 4. This is their game in hand in the Smythe division. Fleury feeds McInnes on the move. Slides it through. They score! Joe Nieuwendyk. And we're tied again at 7.
Well, just an outstanding play by Al McInnes. McInnes is falling, and he still manages to put the puck right on Nieuwendyk's stick. Take a look at this. McInnes starts to go down, makes a shift, and look at Nieuwendyk in front of the net. Boy, what a perfect pass by McInnes. He's covered, and he still manages to make a perfect play. Fleury with his head up all the time, always moving, moves the box around. The fake, Nieuwendyk maintains his position. Gusarov very soft on Nieuwendyk, and for any defenseman watching, you know you have to be between the puck and the attacker. Gusarov gets on the wrong side of Nieuwendyk. The wrong side of Joe Nieuwendyk, more often than not, means the wrong side of the scoreboard for your team. And it's 14 goals. And Chris, your prediction at the very start of the game of an 8-8 hockey game looks like it's coming true.
Did my research on this one. Otto taken down by another 29, Steve Finn. Here's a loose puck in front. Luce moves it aside, and Guy Lafleur on the ice, his first appearance of this third period. Finn hits the line. Sakic looking for Lafleur, but Johansson rifles it down the ice. Up back to touch it. Icing the call. Nieuwendyk, his 33rd from McInnes and Fleury at 8:41. We're tied in the third.
It's amazing what you can learn in school these days.
The new and improved Hyundai Steelathon. Steel a 91 XL for as low as $69.95.
A little knowledge is a dangerous thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, allow me to clarify my position.
The new and improved Hyundai Steelathon. Steel a 91 Sonata for as low as $11,995.
Clarification. Excuse me, everyone. I will be making...
Joe Nieuwendyk has 6 goals in his last 8 games, and his 33rd of the year ties him with Theoren Fleury for the club lead, and we are tied at 7. And the fans have had plenty to cheer about, and unfortunately, a few things to boo about here tonight. There's a shot right on, and a glove saved by Mike Vernon.
There's no question that Mike Vernon would like to have a couple of these goals over, but if you look at the scoring chances that Quebec has had, and over the first 2 periods, they had 10 scoring opportunities. The Flames had 22 scoring chances, and if you look at those 10 that the Nordiques had, I would say at least half of them, and probably 3/4, were almost clear-cut breakaways. So Vernon has had to be perfect on some pretty impressive scoring opportunities against guys like Sakic and Sundin. Can't stop all of those.
10:40 left. Already the Flames have 49 shots on goal. The club record for the Flames in that department is 59. And that record has stood since March 15th, 1977, a game against Pittsburgh. How many shots did you have in that game?
That was just a couple years before I got involved. If I would have been playing, there probably would have been 76 shots.
Here's Scott Pearson, one of a few players tonight with a pair of goals. McCown right in front of goaltender Vernon. Kept in momentarily by Gusarov, and now Fleury breaks away. He's got a pair, looking for the hat trick, and the shot is deflected wide. And play behind has been stopped. Pearson is battling Stefan Matteau right in front of the benches.
Well, Stefan Matteau, no slouch, and Pearson, a strong guy as well. Both of these players, similar in a lot of ways, got to provide a physical presence for their team, as well as score some goals.
Both have scored tonight, and they score some punches and head to the penalty box.
To To survive the long, harsh winter, Canadians wrap themselves in wool.
Watch it now, watch it!
Huddled together.
There it comes, there it comes!
Keep their hands and feet moving.
Watch it now, it gets you!
And at the first sign of fatigue, they seek shelter and rest. Molson Canadian, genuine Canadian beer. What beer's all about.
Well, the timekeepers outnumber the players in the penalty box. Matteau for 5 minutes. And Scott Pearson for another 5.
Got some 4-point nights tonight. Theron Fleury has 4 points. So does Al McInnes. Scott Pearson with 3 for the Nordiques, along with Joey Sakic. Pearson for roughing and fighting. Matteau slashing and fighting at 9:58. And Chuck Cloutier directing traffic. Been one of those nights for Cloutier and Vernon. Cloutier has allowed a goal per 7 shots. Vernon a goal per every 3 shots he's faced. But they're even at 7 apiece. Vermette clears it outside the line, and Nieuwendyk was shaken up behind the play. Gillis at the Flames blue line passes it back. Now Robert picks up a loose puck and play whistle down, and if we're going to have more penalties, Rob Schick will sort it out with 9:37 to go here in the 3rd period.
A compact car with 35 standard features for under $9,000. Sound impossible? Sounds like Dodge Shadow S and Plymouth Sundance S. With the largest engines in their class, great fuel economy and roominess. Chrysler dealers are also giving $500 cash to you, or automatic transmission at no extra cost. Plus, the longest powertrain warranty in its class. With Plymouth Sundance S and Dodge Shadow S, you get more for less. Only Chrysler makes it possible. Advantage, Chrysler.
It's a fact. I love these sorts of things. The 22-year history of the entry draft. And you can read as well as I can. No team has ever chosen first 3 years in succession, except what I think will probably happen this year with Eric Lindros, Chris.
Well, the Nordiques are 5 points ahead of Toronto in that battle. There's Joe Nieuwendyk in the penalty box for high sticking, along with Craig Willanen for slashing. What kind of impact would Lindros have on the Nordiques? It's really hard to tell, but back in '83-84, Pittsburgh had 38 points to finish the year. They drafted a guy by the name of Lemieux. The next year, they improved by 15 points to 53. The second year to 76, and all of a sudden, Pittsburgh was a team to be reckoned with. Now, we're not saying Eric Lindros is Mario Lemieux, but that's why the Nordiques feel the future still might be bright.
No, I think the nice thing about the Nordiques situation is they've got a plan, and they seem to be sticking to it with younger guys. They're willing to look at the longer term, sacrifice some short-term goals, and if you get a guy like Lindros that can do what everybody thinks he can do, I would think that your improvement would be even greater than what the Pittsburgh Penguins experienced when Lemieux came on board.
Don Cherry suggested the fly in the ointment would be getting too good too quick, as in winning a few games here late in the year. The Nordiques obviously can't publicly talk about finishing 21st, but I'm sure it's in the back of the minds of the management, people like Dave Chambers and your old buddy Pierre Pagé. Here comes Rick Nattrass. We're in a 7-7 game, a wild one here in Calgary. Roger Johansson for Reichel. The shot went wide by about a foot. Nattrass keeps it in. Tim Hunter's after it against Gusara. Nordiques get it out to center ice. Nattrass takes a look. Hunter on the move with Reichel. Hunter, weak shot wide. Cloutier out. Lost the puck. It's in the goal crease. And Rob Schick blew play dead. And it's a good thing for the Nordiques. Tony Twist in the middle of things.
Tony Twist played for the Saskatoon Blades in the Western Hockey League. Played with Curtis Lasician, as well as a former Flame, Ryan Glynn, a real tough guy, and a guy that Pierre Pagé, type of player, would like to have on his team and does have on his team. Pagé has not spent a whole lot of time watching Jacques Cloutier and the rest of his squad. He spent a big part of his time this year in scouting. He really believes in having a a strong scouting staff. He feels that's where the Nordiques are going to improve with their youth. He's been over to Europe and he travels all over North America watching junior games and college games, and got a great knack for picking up good players, and he would like to see that end of the Nordique organization improve dramatically.
You mentioned Curtis Lesishin. He was lost for the rest of the year to the Nordiques. A controversial incident in Vancouver this week. Here's Sean Anderson, sharp angle shot wide. He was kneed by Ron Stern, and the Nordiques have filed a complaint with the National Hockey League. Lesishin was playing his best hockey of the year, former first-round draft choice. The Nordiques think very highly of. Fleury looking for a loose puck, and Sean Anderson has it. Gillis with Kip Miller and Matt Sundin. Sundin has a pair, so does Fleury. Up to Gilmore, drops it for Fleury. Here's Fleury in on the backhand, and how did that stay out of the net? Pile up in front, and Fleury somehow was prevented from scoring his third hat-trick goal of the year.
Fleury did a great job to step across and end up creating a breakaway for himself. And you can't ask anybody to crash the net better than Doug Gilmore did. Popped the lid right off of Jacques Cloutier, and Cloutier's exhausted. You see him getting up saying, holy cow, what happened there?
50 shots on goal, and Jacques looks up at the clock, and there's still 7:12 left. But how did this stay out of the net as Fleury comes in?
Watch, Gilmore does a good job in taking Finn out of the play. Fleury's so shifty and great lateral movement. And I think Doug Gilmore can take credit for stopping that one, but he can also take credit for setting it up.
7:12 to go. We'd now like to welcome viewers of the Detroit-Vancouver game to the Olympic Saddle Dome, a 5-2 final at the Pacific Coliseum tonight. As you can see, we have had a wild one here at the Olympic Saddle Dome. The shots are 50-21 in favor of the Flames, but it's been a tough night for Mike Vernon, a long night for Jacques Cloutier. 7-7 and over 7 minutes left.
Well, 7 goals in total scored in Vancouver tonight. We have twice that, and we still have 452 seconds. How about that for some quick multiplication?
You're used to that after adding up all those big contract years.
After adding up all of my points. 71 shots in total, 50 of them for the Calgary Flames. There was a point where Calgary had outshot Quebec 18-7 in the first period. Stayed about the same in the second, and by the looks of things, that's not going to change a whole lot in the third. Cloutier has been pretty good. Vernon has faced a lot of breakaways and difficult shots to stop. Cloutier has had all sorts to contend with.
2 goal scorers, Darren Fleury for the Flames, Scott Pearson, Matt Sundin for the Nordiques. And Calgary 9 shots shy of a club record for most shots on goal in a game as Hunter is ridden into the board. Sakic can't clear it out. Otto behind the goal. Can't control Hupp. Johansson pinching in. Important game for the Flames. They trail the Kings by 4 in the Smythe Division race with 1 game in hand, and that's tonight. Johansson clears it back in.
Joel Otto's line just changing up. This line will be a big line for the Calgary Flames down the stretch. A real roll line. Tim Hunter playing strong. Paul Fenton, a welcome addition. Brian McClellan sometimes jumps in on that line. Good line in the playoffs.
Nieuwendyk to McInnes walking in, and he grazed the goalpost, and that puck flew up into the crowd and out of play. Great scoring chance for McInnes. He already has 4 points tonight in a wild one in Calgary.
Well, when I was young, there were so few prescription medicines for serious illness.
Until the 1930s, with the first antibiotics.
And in the 50s, new vaccines.
And since then, so many important medicines we all count on.
Over 90% of these modern breakthroughs came from research by the makers of original brand-name prescription medicines. And we're ensuring that the work goes on, helping to make tomorrow's breakthroughs possible, bringing research to life.
Molson Hockey Night in Canada update from the Forum in Montreal, where the Leafs in the third period at the 8:22 mark have battled back to tie the game 3-3. Daniel Miroir's 17th, beating Bergeron. That's where they stand right now. Chris?
Ken, the Lindros sweepstakes, an update now, 5 points. The Leafs are ahead of Quebec. And both teams are in ties right now, late in the third period of games tonight. Al McInnes at center, cross ice for Makarov. And it's Gusarov. Soviet takes a hit in behind the goal from Nieuwendyk, who played a feisty game for the Flames this evening. Nieuwendyk trying to keep it in. It comes outside the line. And now McCowan fires it back in. In a strange night, one goal by Stefan Matteau was scored from his own side of center on a strange hop. There's a centering pass back to McCowan, and a play whistled down by Rob Schick. As you can see, the net knocked ajar. Well, we'll do some accounting here. I'll take a deep breath, and we will review all the scoring so far tonight. Here's how it started, and it started quickly. Sundin and Pearson in the first 2 minutes. Al McInnes made it 2-1 after one. 8 goals in the second period. Makarov and Fleury. Then Pearson and Gusarov came right back. It was 4-3 for Quebec, but the period was just half over. Then the Flames took over. Matteau, Fleury, and Gilmore scored quick goals. Sundin made it 6-5 after 2 in the third period. Tony Herkus scored quickly to tie it. Sakic gave the Nordiques their second lead of the game, and Joe Nieuwendyk on the power play, the third power play goal of the game for the Flames, has made it 7-7 in a game that Flames fans have enjoyed to a point. You love this wide open, high scoring type of game, but the Flames fans expected a better effort against the Nordiques. And there's Guy Lafleur. He has seen only spotty ice time tonight. Wouldn't it be something if he scored in the third? Back it comes to Finn at the point. There's a shot. Sakic, the goal and 2 assists, hands it to Gilmore. Here's a breakaway pass for Fleury. Looking for the hat trick. Fleury's in. Cloutier down. And the puck ends up behind the net. Wolanin now cleared. Fleury's had a number of great scoring chances in quest of his hat trick.
Theron Fleury doing a good job and picking up the pace, and Wolanin was clever as well. Fleury had him beaten. He just waited until that last instant and then hooked Fleury, threw him off.
Here's Fleury again, coming from the side, hauled down by Guy Lafleur, and the fans thought that might have been a penalty. Al McInnes moving in with room, centers it, and Gilmore couldn't reach it. Flames have the Nordiques on the run right now. Fleury causing much of the commotion. McInnes' shot. Cloutier got a piece of that. Now Sakic trying to pull away with Lafleur. Lafleur thought about going to the bench. Now heads out 2-on-2. Sakic and Lafleur hit the line. Pass in for Velishek, and he couldn't reach it. Boy, Sakic spotted Velishek, but he was only cruising. Had he been skating at full speed, he might have had a great scoring chance. Down to 4:08 left. Still tied in Calgary.
When you compare this Tempo's operating costs to a similarly equipped Chevrolet Cavalier or Pontiac Sunbird, you can expect to pay $128 more per year. Raise any concerns? Everything you see on these 4-door vehicles is covered by a single manufacturer's warranty. As I said, everything you see on these 4-door vehicles is covered by a single manufacturer's warranty.
(7-7), just over 4 minutes to go. To illustrate what kind of turnover the Nordiques have had in 1 year, 19 players last season had points against Calgary wearing the colors of the Nordique. 15 of them aren't here tonight because they've either been traded, sent to the minors, or are injured.
I went through the media guide this morning, and of all the players that have the big pictures and you would think would be on the big squad, 12 of those pictures are no longer up to date. Players have moved or have gone to the minors, but they're not playing with the Nordiques right now.
Here's Mark Hunter looking for a go-ahead goal for Calgary. He sticks with it. Trying to center it. Now Otto has it. Otto shot, they score! Off the skate of Paul Fenton, I believe, and the Flames regain the lead.
Well, a lot of the time you get into a game like this, a high-scoring game, and somebody scores that you ordinarily wouldn't expect to make the difference. It's the job of a line like Otto, Fenton, and Hunter. Paul Fenton continues his streak. Take a look at the replay. Fenton taking a beating in front. Watch it just hit his... Oh, it doesn't hit Paul Fenton's skate. In fact, it hit Stephen Finn's skate. Fenton doing a good job in mucking in front. And Joel Otto will get credit for that goal. Take a look. Hits Finn's skate, and Cloutier is down but doesn't cover enough ice. If you want to see it one more time, take a look at Finn's left skate. The puck comes through. Fenton in good position on Finn and just off the heel. And Cloutier says, jeepers, this just isn't my night.
14th goal of the year for Joel Otto. Mark Hunter and Fenton get the assists at 16-18. The irony of that going in off Steve Finn will be appreciated by the Vancouver fans watching, because Finn scored the tying goal earlier in the week in Vancouver in the final minute on a deflection off a Canuck defenseman. Right now, that break has the Flames in front, but Tony Herkus looking for the tying goal again. Down to 3 minutes and 3 seconds to go. 8-7 Calgary. Quite a collision there. Herkus and Sakic got crossed up. These two teams played to an 8-8 tie in '89. Here's a chance for McCullen, and Cloutier made the save. Fleury behind the goal. Gilmore there, and the net was knocked ajar, and play whistle down.
But Dougie Gilmore, a budding movie star, and lots has been made of that. He has just been outstanding in the last month. He's worn the sea now for the last 10 games and done a great job. He's picked up the pace, and he's played the way he did in training camp. Very, very feisty, very physical. He's got his composure back. He's not taking some penalties that Doug Risebrough was concerned about a little bit earlier. Great job by Doug Gilmore, and a big reason why the Flames now are playing much more consistently, winning more than their share of hockey games.
I asked Doug Risebrough just before the game about Gilmore's play, and he says he now knows that he can have a major impact on this team, and I think Gilmore had lost sight of his role earlier this season. He heard all the trade talk, and since the All-Star break, Gilmore has been the Flames' best player, although Fleury, his line mate, certainly would challenge for that. Jacques Cloutier's had a tough night. Gilmore and the Flames now are up by 1, but in this kind of game, still lots of time left. 2:41 on the clock.
Well, I've got to think that things will tighten up, but Chris, I can't believe it. You're talking about an 8-8 game, and you're 1 goal off that coming through. Really impressive. Really impressive.
Well, the Nordiques lead the season series between these two teams. They won earlier this year, 5-3 at the Saddle Dome, and tied 5-5 in Quebec. So the Flames are really having to scrap just to even the season series.
Well, just as important as it is for Calgary to get a couple of points, Joel Otto is going to have his stick measured.
I haven't seen this year.
Well, I've never seen Joel Otto use an illegal stick. As a matter of fact, I've lent him a few of mine in the past. He has changed his pattern this year. I kind of like the look of the curve now, but I would be very surprised if Joel Otto's stick is illegal. He doesn't use a real long blade. He's got a bit of a curve and a longer blade. The chances of that half-inch being exceeded are greater. And you can see Otto's stick. It's got more of a bend in it than it does a curve. Rob Schick knows we have a camera strategically placed, so he's not going to let us have a look at any light between the measurer and the stick, and Joel is a little disappointed. That stick is illegal.
Oh, wait, Mark Hunter says it's okay, so we're getting conflicting reactions from the Flames. Otto looked upset, and Hunter seemed to feel that it was okay, so they're going to check it again.
There's a lot of discrepancy amongst players as to where you measure the stick. The base of that instrument that you use to measure the stick should be placed right at the intersection of where the heel of the stick is, and that heel is determined by the plane of where the bottom of the blade and the end of the shaft cross. On some sticks, the heel is carved away and you can't place it there. It changes the measuring dramatically.
Well, apparently Dave Chambers' gamble has not paid off. The stick apparently is okay, although Joel Otto looked a little confused by that measurement process, but I'm impressed. The intersection, the plane, you sounded like a mathematician.
That's all true.
Now with a quick Hockey Night in Canada update, here's Ken.
Well, at the arena in St. Louis, the Blues look like they will hold on to their lead. First overall in the NHL. Here, Jeff Courtnall gets the goal to flex off a Bruin defender past Lemelin. That made it 4-1 St. Louis. And then Cliff Ronning, little guy with some pretty moves, stops, shoots. He beats Lemelin. Lemelin then is pulled in favor of Andy Moog. His first appearance in 9 games. It's 5-1 St. Louis. Third period. Back upstairs to Chris.
Jim, we were here Sunday when the St. Louis Blues arrived at the rink, and Cliff Ronning was told he wasn't playing, and he was not happy. So Ronning proving his worth tonight against the Bruins. Dave Chambers' team will be a man short after that measurement. And while we have this opportunity, we'll run down some of the big scorers tonight. Al McInnes with a goal and 3 assists. Darren Fleury has 2 goals, 2 assists. Doug Gilmour a goal and an assist, as does Joe Nieuwendyk, and Mark Hunter has a pair of assists for the Flames. For Quebec, Matt Sundin has 2 goals. Rob Pearson 2 goals and an assist. Joe Sakic has a goal and 2 assists. And Tony Herkus has a goal and an assist. And there you see Kip Miller serving the penalty for the Quebec Nordiques. A delay of game called after the unsuccessful stick measurement.
Well, Joel Otto was sure that he had been caught. As I said, I'd never seen Joel use an illegal stick. And the confusion on his face, he was relieved after Rob Schick took another look at the measurement and decided that, in fact, his stick was legal.
Flames have 3 power play goals tonight, 69 now on the year. Al McInnes puts it in front. Cloutier the save. Otto rebound. And he couldn't put it up high. He wishes he had a bit of a bigger curve on the stick.
Joel Otto thought he had a goal. The puck came back quickly, and he showed pretty good hands in retrieving that puck off of Tugnut. Tugnut off of Cloutier, rather. McInnes gets that puck on the net so often. Doesn't always have to be hard. A good rebound. Look at Otto. Picks it up right away. And he was sure that that puck was going between Cloutier's arm and his body. But as you said, Chris, he wishes he would have gone to the shelf and made sure that it broke the plane and gave the Flames a 2-goal cushion.
Quebec is in Edmonton tomorrow. Next game for the Flames on the road in Vancouver on Monday. Then they'll be back here for 5 more at home. 12 of their last 18 at the Saddledome. The schedule there for the Flames to make their charge in the Smythe Division and in the overall standing. McInnes to Gilmour. McInnes, big shot just wide. Here's the rebound, and Otto gets a second chance and makes the most of it.
Well, he certainly did, and he did a good job. That puck came off the boards very quickly. And on their 57th shot, Joel Otto puts his team ahead by 2. Watch how quickly Otto spins around. McInnes just barely misses the net. Otto right there, knows it's coming back off the boards. He gets it up 18 inches, and that's enough to get by Cloutier. McInnes wasting no time in making that puck go towards the net. Joel Otto feels a little bit better. He had gone 10 games without a goal. He scored a couple of nights ago against Vancouver to give him a little bit of confidence. And tonight certainly gives Joel an easier feeling about his ability to score goals in the National Hockey League.
Well, he had a long wait, and then he scores 2 goals here in 1 minute and 52 seconds. And Otto's pair are the difference here. Now 9-7 in favor of the Flames. Been quite a night here at the Saddledome as Calgary threatens to move 2 points back of LA in the Smythe Division standings. Here's Matt Sundin on a break. Sundin scores, and it's not over yet. 8 goals on 22 shots, and Sundin has the hat trick.
Fleur-de-Lis is waving up in the seats of the Saddledome. Look at Sundin, pretty good strength. Johansson and Natras get split, and Johansson has got a pretty good hook on Sundin. 2 Swedes. Sundin out-muscles him. Look at him get through between the defense. Gets that puck out front and quick over to the right and right to the top. Vernon was there, but that puck is just not hitting the right place on Mike Vernon tonight. And Sundin showing why he was so impressive in Sweden and why he will continue to be impressive in the National Hockey League.
27 seconds after the second goal by Otto, Sundin comes back with his hat-trick goal from Gusarov and Velishchek. And we've still got a minute and a half to go. 9-8 at the Olympic Saddle Dome. Well, we did one better than an 8-8 tie.
Well, Chris, I'd bet $1 right now that it's not going to end up 9-8.
Here's Pearson. He's looking for his hat trick. Knocked off the puck by McInnes. Dave Chambers looked like he was calling Jacques Cloutier to the bench. He is, and Cloutier a little slow to react, and Cloutier gets back in. Good thing he did, because here comes Matteau with Fleury. Fleury's loose. Matteau shoots, and I think he hit the goal post.
No question he hit the post.
McInnes moving in. Shot. Cloutier looked behind him. It's loose. They bang away at it, and somehow it stayed out. And Pearson just knocked the net off. Let's see how Rob Schick rules this.
Well, now, Schick is pointing to center ice. Oh, he's going to give a penalty, it looks. He did not.
Penalty shot.
He is giving the signal for the penalty shot. Watch Pearson knock the net off. Here it comes. He is right there and decides that he should take matters into his own hands, and Schick makes the call. But I've got to say, Chris, I didn't see the penalty shot sign. I thought the penalty shot sign was crossed hands above your head and a point to center ice. Am I wrong?
I'll have to read. I did read his lips. There was no doubt about it. And Dave Chambers will now watch as Jacques Cloutier faces his second penalty shot of the year. This is the 17th penalty shot this season. 7 have gone in. Cloutier was beaten by Joey Kocur, while a member of Chicago, Kocur scoring for Detroit. And the next shot on goal will be a club record tying shot if Fleury hits the net, if Fleury gets set for a hat trick opportunity. Theoren Fleury and Jacques Cloutier. Hat trick for Fleury, and they hit double figures in Calgary.
Chris, I just want to know, I'm not sure what I heard you take that $1 bet that I offered with a minute and 30 seconds left. Take a look at Fleury. He keeps his feet moving, has his head up, has good speed going to the net. Cloutier doesn't know what he's going to do. He never takes the opportunity away to shoot the puck. So Cloutier must keep backing in, and Fleury then makes a good move and freezes Cloutier. And we're looking at 10-8. Is it over?
This is the highest scoring game in Flames history. 10-8. They lead. Theoren Fleury has a 5-point night, his 34th goal. 3 goals and 2 assists.
The 59th shot ties the record, does it?
Ties the record that was set. Theoren Fleury has almost a 2-point-a-game pace for the last 12. 23 points in his last 12 games. Fenton shooting just wide. 30 seconds to go in the game. Well, it's a night we won't forget too soon here at the Olympic Saddle Dome. Fleury over the line again. Boy, he has been something. Killing time and sending it down the ice. 11 seconds to go. Give the Nordiques credit. They fought one of the best teams in the NHL right till the end. And the Flames escaped despite a night that Mike Vernon will try to forget.
Well, the Calgary Flames tie a team record with 59 shots on net. The game had a little bit of everything. Not a game that either coach would love, but it was certainly entertaining to watch and see a bunch of goals, a fight, a penalty shot. It had a little bit of everything.
Well, it wrapped up with a penalty shot by Theoren Fleury. Mike Vernon glad to escape. Fleury will remember a 3-goal, 2-assist night. 10-8 the final. Now we go to the Forum in Montreal, where the Leafs and the Canadiens will conclude.
And now we welcome everybody from coast to coast to this one at the Forum in Montreal. We have a minute and 13 seconds left in this hockey game, in the third period, I should say, in a 3-3 tie. I'm Bob Cole, and with me in the booth is Harry Neal and Dick Irvin. The Canadiens had 1 point, had a 2-goal lead. The Leafs got back, and when the Canadiens went up 3-2 here in the third period, Marois scored at 8:22 for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And that's the situation now. A 3-3 tie, and the shots are 29-28 in favor of the Maple Leafs. Reese is in goal for Toronto, and J.C. Bergeron, the netminder for the Canadians. Swoboda, his first game back. Coming off injury, fell, but made a play. However, it goes down the ice, and it is icing against the Canadians. 1 minute and 1 second left in regulation time. We've had a bit of this tonight.
And Shane Corson's been in the middle of a lot of them, as has Todd Gill. The Leafs' Rob Ramage was thrown out for being third man in a fight that involved Todd Gill. And so the Leafs have been traveling with 5 defensemen since the second period.
Since the Marois goal in this third period, coming in the 9th minute, Toronto's had the best scoring chances, and they've been outworking the Canadians, I feel, Harry. Through these last 3 or 4 minutes, most of the play has been inside the Montreal line, and they've forechecked very effectively, causing turnovers, getting chances, but it's still tied 3-3.
Well, the Leafs, I thought, should have won the game in St. Louis, that they lost 3-2. They were up 3-0 against Pittsburgh Thursday night and then fell completely apart to lose 11-4. So they really have come up with a pretty good performance considering how difficult this road trip has been.
There have been 4 major penalties for fighting in this hockey game. 5 10-minute misconducts. Ramage, a game misconduct, as third man in. 1 minute and a second left in regulation time. 3-3 the score. Cecil and Carbonneau on this face-off. Carbonneau won it. Boy, he's been sharp on face-offs for Montreal. Daniel played it on the boards. Less than a minute to play in the third period. Cecil hopping on the puck for the Maple Leafs. The Leafs sense a chance maybe to win this one at the Forum. And Cecil bumping in there. The puck goes loose, and Carbonneau steered a pass to the wing. 35 seconds remaining, and the Leafs shoot it in again. Daniel out to McPhee. It's played up to center ice, and Petit takes over near his own line. Ellett flipped it in. Bergeron stopping this, and he sees the Leaf player coming in, Daniel Marois, so he again flops on it with 21 seconds left in the third, and a face-off coming up in the Montreal zone.
And the kind of action here in the last 40 seconds or so that's been typical of this third period. Canadians forced into a lot of giveaways. Now let's see, Koharski not letting Tom Watt make the complete change he wants to make.
Well,
but give the Leafs credit. This is, as I say, a perfect example of what has been going on, and the Canadians, if anything, are just hanging on here with this game winding down in the last minute, third period.
Well, Pat Burns gets away from his matchup and leaves the Carbonneau, McPhee, Courtnall line on, and obviously because he thinks Guy Carbonneau is his best man on the faceoff.
And there's the captain. One last chat with Mike McPhee standing to his right. Deblois for the Leafs, Carbonneau for the Canadians on the draw. Leon Stickle is the linesman. He didn't drop it. McPhee had skated in. He's back out. He's in again. So was Reed of the Maple Leafs. Now Stickle will drop it. There it goes, and the Leafs win it. Ellett at the blue line, stepping up and firing one in. It hit a leg and bounced high into the corner. Hannon is on it very quickly. Shot it back of the goal. Reed tried to center it. It's cleared up on the boards, and the Canadians can't get it out. Ellett falling, knocked it ahead. Ellett got back up, and the siren ends the third period with the Leafs pressing, looking for the win late in this third. Marois tied it for the Maple Leafs at 8:22 from Domfus, his 17th of the season. The shots fairly even. The Leafs outshooting the Canadians 29-28 over 3 periods. And we'll return with overtime in just a moment.
Welcome to the 90s. Ah, you know it's your turn now. You know the look, you know the hug, you know the right now. Woo, that's the test. You say Montreal, baby, not the rest. Got it right, good right, silver bullet. Got it right, good right, over right is right.
Esso has a secret to share with you.
It's this coupon booklet, full of secret savings and surprises.
Every time you pull in, we reveal what you win.
Fill up with 25 liters or more and get at least $1.50 off. Or you could win one of hundreds of exciting prizes. $25,000 in cash, RCA color televisions, Hawaiian vacations from Canadian Holidays, or Ford Aerostars.
We really do appreciate your business. And this is our way of saying thanks for stopping.
Back here at the Saddledome, where it's been a wild night. The 3 stars, the Molson Cup 3 stars. Theo Fleury with 3 goals and 2 assists. His last goal in a penalty shot, star number 1. Al McInnes with a goal and 3 assists. Matt Sundin also with the hat trick. Our final, the Flames over the Nordiques, 10-8. Now back to the Forum in Montreal for the completion of the game between the Leafs and Habs.
So the Maple Leafs and the Canadiens get set for overtime. And here's how Marois tied the game for Toronto.
Well, he puts quite a move on Sylvain Lefebvre and then shoots it in the middle of his move, and I think fools Bergeron with a quick shot, and that tied the game up. And here we are entering the 5-minute overtime period in a quite, I think, an evenly played game where neither team probably deserves any better fate than they've got right now.
And you know that Daniel Marois has got friends and relatives in this building tonight. This is his home territory.
Well, he scored a goal, so he still has his friends,
That's
I guess.
Right. In overtime, they both played 10 times. The Leafs have a slightly better record. They have won 3, lost 1, and tied 6. The Canadiens have won 2, lost 1, and tied 7.
Okay, let's see how she goes tonight. Carbonneau falling, winning the draw and slapping it in for Courtnall and McPhee to go in after it. McPhee knocked it off the boards behind the net, and Todd Gill for the Maple Leafs scooped it out. Cecil is stopped. Canadiens fire it back in. Allen played it up to Marois, takes a long shot into the glove of Bergeron. And the Canadiens clear it out. 30 seconds into overtime. McPhee slapped at it just to get it out, and it rolls inside the Montreal line for Hannon. However, this pass, Deblois will not play it. He would have been offside. Daniel trying to feed it over to McPhee, got it too high, and it went over the boards at the Canadiens bench.
I'm not so sure it didn't go through the door of the bench as Montreal were changing on the fly. There's a look at the overtime situation in the league. So if you're a betting man, you got 13 seconds to get a goal in the first minute. The 4th minute's the one where most of the games that have been decided were decided.
And we are in the first minute now. Hannon, Reed, and Deblois for Toronto. And in the 3rd period, this line has had some pretty good chances for the Maple Leafs. Although, as we mentioned, Marois had scored the only goal. Petit missed it and hopped over his stick as they won the draw. Richardson back. Feeds it up to Reed. Reed to Hannon in behind him. Deblois is in there forcing the play. The Canadiens just shoot it out. Strudlin stopped inside the line. Gets it again. In with Keane and Corson. Daigneault shot in there, tipped in front of the net by Keane and just missed. Petit after it. Strudlin is fighting hard along the boards. The Leafs get it out. Schneider couldn't keep it in. Now he has to slap it in. Canadiens get back on side and make changes as they do. Savard is on the ice. So is Swoboda. The Toronto Maple Leafs, with 3:30 left, shoot it down the ice. Swoboda turning back for Montreal. Up to Savard. He was checked immediately. Leafs shoot it in again. And that is icing called against Toronto with 3:16 left.
A strange play by Michel Petit to ice the puck. He wasn't under any duress at all, and he just cost his team about 150 feet. Denny Savard, I think, Dick, has been the most dangerous Montreal Canadian, skating a lot more now like he did when he was having those banner years in Chicago than he did earlier this season when he seemed to be in quicksand.
This game is now at the 3-hour mark with all the feud and fussing and fighting that went on, especially in the second period. This, I think I'm safe in saying, is the longest game of the season so far in Montreal.
And needless to say, a sellout for the Leafs and the Canadiens at the Forum in Montreal. 3-3 the score. Leafs battling back to tie it. And here now in overtime. Back of the net, Foligno. Draped in on the boards by Swoboda. Leafs up on the play as Bradley. Swoboda again stopped his pass. Took a hit from Foligno. Krushelnyski trying to get a stick on it. It is Foligno. Knocking it into the corner. Cote against Krushelnyski. There's Foligno again. Good work by the Maple Leafs, forcing the Canadiens to cough it up. A shot from a sharp angle is blocked. Bergeron trying to hold it with a stick, and he does with 2:38 left. And so far in overtime, it's been all Toronto with the few chances that have occurred near any net. And Bergeron is just steadying the flow and trapping it every time he gets a chance.
Bob, you can say that through the last part of the third period. There has been really no sustained pressure inside the Toronto blue line for a long time. There's been a lot of it inside the Montreal blue line.
The Montreal defensemen, Dick, have a tough time on one-on-one coverage along the boards, pinning the Leaf forward. And many times the Leaf forward has been able to wiggle away after being held there for a second and kick the puck out front or throw it back to the point. And it's a very difficult skill for young defensemen to learn how to do properly, and that is take a guy and stay with him and not let him walk off the end of the rink on you.
Carbonneau has logged a lot of ice time for the Montreal Canadiens tonight. He's on to take this draw against Zezel. 2:38 left. Carbonneau won it again. Daigneault back of the net. Daigneault brings it out to Carbonneau. Gets away from Dom Foose as far as center. Then he was upended. Daigneault has to back up. Schneider's the other defenseman. He played it out to Carbonneau. To Courtnall. He's tried to speed away, but Petit got back, and Courtnall just didn't quite handle it cleanly. It kind of bounced and rolled away on him. But he had the jets turned on, too. Flying toward the hole. 2:10 left. Check the other scores, Harry.
Buffalo, much needed win in Hartford. Philadelphia coming to life over the Islanders. Calgary, a late field goal to beat Quebec in one where they must have scored on every rush. Vancouver wins a game for Pat Quinn at home against the Red Wings. Hull gets 2 in St. Louis to beat Boston, and Chicago has tied Minnesota, and there's still some time left in that one.
Not much time left in this one. 2:10. Overtime at the Forum. Daigneault, the Canadiens, put a shot in, hit Ellen. Corson comes out to pick it up with Keane. He dropped it back to Schneider. He shoots one from center ice. Ellen going around the net with 1:50 remaining. Ellen shoveled it toward the line, and Hannon had to take over for Toronto. Up it goes off a stick down the ice. No icing. Daigneault has to hurry. Deblois is coming in to try to hurry his play, and he did. Todd Gill for the Maple Leafs. A high one bouncing in front of the net. Bergeron covering that one carefully. 1:20 remaining as the Canadiens move out. Corson looking for room and finding none against Foligno. Down the ice again. Swoboda has to hustle back on the speedy Bradley. Swoboda got there, and Schneider comes in behind him. Put it on the glass and out. Canadiens had 3 players up there, but the Leafs, Petit shot it back in. We're into the final minute of the hockey game. The Leafs and the Canadiens looking for the winning goal. Gorski's long shot. Reese blocked it. Petit around the net. 45 seconds left. Krushelnyski starting the Leafs away to center ice. He's up over the line, was hit hard trying to go in. Cote around the net. With 35 seconds left, it's Swoboda coming out. In over the line is Walter, and he can't reach it. He centered it. Here's Cote moving up. Back of the goal with 20 seconds left. Walter couldn't get the pass out. 15 seconds remaining in Damphus for the Maple Leafs. Marois in there with him. Canadians cleared. Only 10 seconds left. Ellett being careful, throwing it over to Gill. 3 seconds remaining this one. Ending in a tie. Marois tying the game at 8:22 of the third period for the Maple Leafs. Here's Ron McLean.
Montreal around the NHL. The Sabres pulled to within 2 of Hartford. They'll play tomorrow in Buffalo. Philadelphia won by a pair. It was a record in Calgary for highest score involving 2 teams. 10-8, the Flames prevail. They're within 2 of the Kings. Los Angeles plays Winnipeg tomorrow. Vancouver, a big win, 5-2. They're within 4 of the Jets. Boston, as you see, trailing 6-2. Hull is 21st 2-goal game, and it's still 3-3. The Hawks and the North Stars late in the third period in that game. The Hawks and the Blues go tomorrow. No commercial positions, 33 or 34 for switchers along the network. We will be through momentarily. There are the 3 finals on Hockey Night in Canada next week. Rangers at Toronto. The Oilers host Montreal. Thanks for watching and good night.
And Hockey Night in look ready to make a final run for top spot in their respective divisions. In the Smythe division, Calgary trails Los Angeles by 4. It's a great race. And in the Adams division, Montreal is 6 back of Boston. But the Canadiens may have some hope, for their ace is back in the lineup tonight. Patrick Roy returns to the Montreal Canadiens lineup after missing 13 games. The Canadiens lost 7 of those. They are simply not the same team without their 2-time Vezina Trophy winner in goal. So Patrick is back, and Montreal gets set for the stretch run. The Flames are in a battle too, and standing by with head coach Doug Riseborough, Gary Green.
Doug, we saw you a week ago in Vancouver, and you weren't too pleased with your team's play, yet you've only lost 2 games in your last 16. You have a tendency to lose to lesser teams and play much better against better teams.
Well, it looks that way now where the standings are with certain teams. I think we've some of the teams that are certainly down in the standings that we've lost points to, I think have played pretty well. Quebec and Islanders have played very well against us, and you know, I'm not always sure that it's necessarily what we don't do as what they do. But I guess the encouraging thing is we've played very solid games against some real top performers, and we have had some big games in us, and tonight's another example.
How would you characterize your team right now? If someone's going to put an image to the Calgary Flames, what type of team are you?
Well, I think we're, from a standpoint of play, I think we're a team that can present both sides of it. You know, we've got good offense, and we certainly are working on our defense, and I think that's been the strength of our last 6 weeks, so to speak. And we're a team that I think is fighting and scratching like anybody else, and we're looking to try to improve ourselves, and the only way you do that is sometimes by just coming out into play. And there's no doubt that in the last stretch, the reason for that is just the guys have come ready to play.
You're only 4 points out to first place. You can catch the Los Angeles Kings. Is that really foremost on your mind right now?
Well, I think it's a real good position to be in. It's a good position to be in because I think we're feeling comfortable with it. We're not in a position where we have to worry about the guy behind us. We are nowhere that there's nobody really going to catch us from behind if we keep playing the way we are. And the hope is that we just keep pushing. The crack will open up, and then we slide in with very little recovery time. And certainly we're chasing a good team, and we know that. But the bottom line is I find the team right now mentally is very comfortable with the situation, and I think that that's been one of the reasons we've been playing so well.
Doug, thank you very much. Doug Riseborough behind the bench tonight against his former team, the Montreal Canadiens. Jim?
Gary, Doug's old team, the Canadiens, were sitting pretty. At least they thought so. About the 15th of January, they'd closed to within 3 points of the first-place Boston Bruins in the Adams division. Patrick Roy was healthy. Everything was going swimmingly until in the next 5 games, they lost 7 regulars to injury. They haven't been able to get close to the Bruins again since, even though the Bruins have had just as many injuries. But the Canadiens have done all right, keeping their head above water, considering the magnitude of their injuries. I mean, they'd lost the league's best goalie in Patrick Roy, their most experienced defenseman, Peter Svoboda, an all-star forward, and Brian Skrudlin. But since the middle of January, they're still above 500 through all the injuries. 3 over 500 and a goals against average, with rookie goalies playing most of the time of just over 3. Patrick Roy was missing through most of that period, and through 2 injuries this year, he's missed 24 games, but the Canadiens have still allowed under 4 goals against per game with rookie goaltenders playing. Hasn't been pretty some nights as they've bounced the puck off the glass to center 700 times in defending leads and keeping themselves in the game, but I'm sure you'll agree that style is rather effective sometimes. But Patrick Roy is back tonight. The Canadians are pretty healthy. They're not likely to catch the Bruins, but they won't be caught by Buffalo or Hartford, so they're gearing up for the playoffs. How far will they go in the playoffs start? Probably as far as Patrick Roy can take them. And if you've seen him play, you know he might be able to take them right to the top. John?
He did that here in 1986. Patrick Roy's greatest hockey memory came right here at the Olympic Saddledome in Calgary. This is the NHL Tonight on TSN. The Flames and the Canadians, live from the Olympic Saddledome. Just ahead.
To survive the long, harsh winter, Canadians wrap themselves in wool. Huddle together. Keep their hands and feet moving. And at the first sign of fatigue, they seek shelter and rest. Molson Canadian, genuine Canadian beer. What beer's all about.
For all the driving hazards winter may throw your way, we introduce the new full-time four-wheel drive Subaru Legacy. Because you can't control the conditions you drive in, we make sure you can control the car. The Subaru Legacy is renowned for its legendary full-time four-wheel drive. So when the weather goes to the dogs, your Subaru comes to the rescue.
There are two kinds of people in the world. Those who want to know.
Harvey, these light-to-light dinners give us their cholesterol and fat levels.
And those who don't.
Delicious.
To those who want to know.
It's right here on the front.
Light to Light puts it out front.
Where we can see them.
For those who don't want to know. Light to Light simply tastes better than ever. McCain Light to Light. The information's on the outside. The taste is on the inside.
When you find something in life that works as well or lasts as long as a John Deere lawn and garden tractor, buy it.
Hello there. Pretty quiet night back here at our NHL Control Center. Only one other game going on. Philadelphia playing the Rangers. The big news today in hockey, John Cuniff out as the head coach of the New Jersey Devils, replaced by veteran Tommy McVie. Cuniff departs the scene in New Jersey with a coaching record of 59, 56, and 18. The team this year playing 500 hockey, 28, 28, and 11. Not all that bad. Let's update that game going on between the Philadelphia Flyers and the New York Rangers. The score in the game is 5-2. The Rangers on top. We'll take a look at the latest goal the Rangers have scored. It is set up by Chris King, who steals the puck in the center ice area, gets it across to Darren Turcotte. Turcotte will come in, and he scores his 20th of the season, and the Rangers' 5th of the game. They're leading the Flyers 5-2. Lacombe and Ron Sutter have scored for Philadelphia. Ogrodnik has a pair for the Rangers, Patrick Kissio, and then the goal Turcotte just scored. Coming up during our intermissions tonight, during intermission number 1, John Wells will chat with Theron Fleury. The little flame has also been the hottest flame the last little while. We'll be back here to update that game between the Philadelphia Flyers and the New York Rangers. We will also hear from both John Cuniff and Tommy McVie. Second intermission, Cliff Fletcher, the general manager of the Philadelphia Flyers, will chat with John Wells back here to the NHL tonight. And the Vantage Point tonight, Jim and Gary will chat a little bit about the NHL trade deadline, of course, looming on the horizon. So, a great game coming up tonight between the Montreal Canadiens and the Calgary Flames. The big thing in this game, Patrick Roy back in goal for the Canadiens. Here are Jim Houston and Gary Green.
All right, Paul, it's a big night in the National Hockey League, not only because it's the Canadiens and the Flames, and the Canadiens are healthy again, and the $1 million goalie is back, but the players are all rather anxious with the trading deadline coming up at noon tomorrow. A lot of them aren't sure whether they're going, or whether the guy in the locker next to them might be going before the deadline tomorrow.
Not much use of going to bed tonight. You might as well just stay up and hear whether or not the phone will ring.
There's Patrick Roy back in goal for the first time since the 27th of January, backed up by Andre Rasico tonight. Roy has the second best goals against average in the league next to Ed Belfour, the third best save percentage, one shutout this season against Quebec, and we'll look forward to watching him perform. He says he'll probably need a week to get back to the top of his game. At the other end of the rink is 28-year-old Mike Vernon. The Calgary Flames have the 7th best goals against average in the league. Vernon is second to Ed Belfour in wins with 27. Rick Walmsley is his backup tonight. The referee for this game between the Montreal Canadiens and the Calgary Flames is Denny Morel. His linesmen are Gord Brosiker and Pat DePuzzo. The hometown Flames will start Doug Gilmour at center with Theron Fleury on the right side. Stefan Matteau playing the left wing. And a defensive pair of Jamie McCowan and Rick Natras. While the Canadians go with Stéphane Lebeau at center number 47. His wingers are Corson and Richer, J.J. Daigneault, and Donald Dufresne are the defensemen. And this game from Calgary is underway. The Flames have been awesome at home. As you heard, they haven't lost here since the 22nd of December. Jamie McCowan back into his own zone after the puck, and he goes down as Fleury tries to clear to Matteau. Gilmour to McCowan, moving up, and a long shot in on Patrick Roy, who steered the puck aside. There's Theron Fleury to Gilmour. The pass was just behind him. Natras from the point to the front of the net. Dufresne cleared the puck. Lebeau lost it to Fleury. And Jean-Jacques Daigneault is there to clear the puck. Richer faked the shot. Corson in front. Lebeau off the crossbar. But a great early chance for the Montreal Canadiens. Lebeau hit the crossbar, and there'll be a penalty on the play as Peter Svoboda has some words for Theron Fleury.
Well, there'll be plenty of Canadians tonight that'll have words for Theron Fleury. That's just the way that a night goes for Fleury. Well, watch this. Corson over to Lebeau. Lebeau got through, and he was looking to put it high on Mike Vernon, but wasn't successful. Nice move, though, between Corson and Lebeau.
44 seconds in, Doug Gilmour goes to the penalty box. He'll be happy when the trading deadline goes if he's still here. He's been a Maple Leaf every second day all season.
It's really a difficult time for players in the National Hockey League. There are about 4 players on the Calgary Flames who are constantly mentioned in trades, and Gilmour has been mentioned the most. Mike Vernon, of course, has been mentioned. Gary Suter is sick and tired of being traded every other day for 2 years.
Yeah. Montreal's power play at the lofty heights of 14th in the league right now. Calgary's penalty killing. I'm sure Doug Risebrough would like it to be better than 11th in the league. But the Flames have scored 12 shorthanded goals. Chicago's the leader in the league with 16. Lebeau, Corson, and Courtnall, with Svoboda and Savard playing the points in this power play for the Montreal Canadiens. Puck is punched out to center, and Joe Nieuwendyk, who has 4 shorthanded goals, was after the puck. He kills the first 25 seconds, then heads for the bench. Matteau came on to take his spot, along with Joel Otto. Now Otto will make a change, and Roberts comes out as the Flames change very quickly while killing a penalty. 1:20 to go on the penalty as the Canadians move in. Corson on the left wing to the net. Couldn't get the shot away as he went to his backhand. Held from behind by Al McInnes. And the play has stopped. The net's off.
Second time in this game that Corson has been involved in a scoring opportunity. The Montreal Canadiens power play has improved immensely. They go for the net well. You can see Corson doing that. Sure helps with a player like Peter Svoboda back in the lineup, moving the puck up to players like Corson well. But Pat Burns says that one of the main reasons has been the fact that Dennis Savard has been back in the point, and that they are really being aggressive. And not only are they being aggressive on the puck, but when they have the puck, they don't hang on to it. They have a little drill in practice where every single time they have the puck, they go 0-1, 0-2, and if you've got it longer than that, then he whistles it down, and they start all over again. Moving the puck quickly, and then moving yourself. Not just the puck, but your feet as well.
Well, they've had one chance on this power play. The top 2 chances in this game. There's a shot off the draw, and Vernon had to make the save on Peter Svoboda. Lebeau pushed down by Rick Natras. Battle for the puck won by the Flames, but they don't clear it. Svoboda keeps it in. Lebeau and Corson. Corson comes up with it. Russ Courtnall's in the open over on the left wing. but the puck goes down the ice. 45 seconds to go in the penalty to Gilmore. Denny Savard will lead the Canadiens through center. Shane Corson, and Savard was a step ahead offside. Down to 37 seconds left in the Gilmore penalty.
Wasn't too long ago, was it, Jim, that the Montreal Canadiens were in rock bottom place in their power play? And you called it lofty heights, but it truly is lofty heights. 14th. Some of their point power play getters. Stephen LeBeau, who is very good, and Pat Burns mentioned him today when he talked about guys in the offensive zone who have great abilities to handle the puck and can kind of slide their way in and around bigger bodies.
It's still not a power play you see as awesome. You know, there are power plays like Pittsburgh's and like Calgary's when it's clicking, and the Rangers, the teams must really fear taking penalties because it's going to come on the ice. In front, Richer tipped the puck just wide, and a pass from Daigneault. Schneider's shot hit a leg and went wide. It hit Guy Carbonneau, who now has the puck. Into the last 10 seconds of this penalty against Doug Gilmore. Nobody's moving. Richer, side of the net. Carbonneau to Richer. His shot was blocked. Penalty's over. Gilmore's back on the ice, but the Canadiens have the puck. Guy Carbonneau with Castles in front of the net. Gary Roberts collects the puck, and he starts out for the Flames. 3 minutes in, no score. Here's Joe Nieuwendyk. Holds up. Then he couldn't get a good shot away, and Patrick Roy covers up with Doug Gilmore in front of the net. 3-1, the Canadiens have outshot the Flames. No score in the game on Molson's NHL Tonight.
From Gillette comes Sensor, the only razor that can sense and adjust to the individual needs of your face. Sensor blades are mounted on responsive springs to continuously sense and individually adjust to your face. The closest, safest, most comfortable Gillette Sensor, together with the richness of foamy shave cream for the best shave a man can get.
Doug Risebrough is just screaming at his team, we've got to start skating.
I still don't think this Flames team is really takes on the image of their coach yet. Remember how Doug Risebrough played? He was a tough competitor. I think he'd like to see a little bit more of that from his Flames.
How much more can you ask for? They're unbeaten at home in their last 14. They've only lost 2 of their last 16.
Jim, you can never be satisfied as a coach. You've got to keep pushing them to the limit.
Of course, he played on a team that went one season and only lost 8 times. That's as close to perfection as any team has ever been. Suter with a shot that went wide of the net. Lyle Odeline clears the puck, stopped by Suter and shot, and it was blocked as Gilmore tried to tip it in front. Roger Johansson took a bump from Mike Keane as he dumped the puck in. Gilmore took a shot that was partially blocked. Denny Savard, playing with Brent Gilchrist and Mike Keane, moves out for Montreal. Keane dumps the puck in. Fleury, Gilmore, and Paul Fenton. The Canadiens have come so close as Vernon is sprawled across the goal line, and the net's off again. Good hard work by Keane, Gilchrist, and Savard almost netted them a goal.
That's the problem, though. Keane gets those type of opportunities because he is such a plugger in the offensive zone. Watch Savard come around. He just throws that puck right through the crease. Who's there but Keane? And what does Keane do it but throw it right back into the pads of Mike Vernon? Keane probably has had enough scoring opportunities this year that even on a percentage should have 30 goals, and he's got 12.
But he does a lot of other things well.
Oh, he sure does. And you're not going to remove him from the lineup as far as Coach Pat Burns is usually concerned because of his work ethic.
Canadiens are playing the 4th game of a 5-game road trip that finishes Wednesday night in Chicago. Didn't start well, but they have a chance to sweep Alberta, a feat that not many teams accomplished. They won in Edmonton 3-1 on Saturday night, and now finish off their trip to Alberta against Calgary. Schneider, number 8 for the Canadiens, dumps the puck off the glass, doesn't get it out. Mateau to the front of the net. Otto lost the handle on it. chopped at Richer. McCowan's shot, and Roy makes the save. The rebound is taken away by Richer, who took quite a hack from Joel Otto. 3-on-2, the Canadians over the blue line. Richer spins and deals the puck for Corson. He couldn't come up with it. Alain Cote from the point just moved the puck in, and Jamie McCowan is there for Calgary. He lost the puck. LeBeau to Richer. No one to pass to in front of the net. Corson and McCowan in the corner. LeBeau to the front of the net is stopped by Vernon, who holds on. The Canadians are getting the best chances in this game. Still no score as we check in on the other game in the league tonight with Paul.
Well, the New York Rangers have been having and taking advantage of their chances in this game. Brian Mullen, fed by John Ogrodnik. Beautiful pass. Beats Ron Hextall, who came on in relief of Ken Reggett. That is Mullen's 7th point in his last 3 games. The Rangers lead 6-2 with about 10 minutes left in the game.
Here, the Montreal Canadiens still have a few scratches, but they're getting healthy again. Eric Desjardins only a game or 2 away, a recurrence of an ankle injury. Brian Skrudland is healthy and very happy today. His wife Lana gave birth to a baby boy this morning. So Brian, welcome to the Loyal Order of the Sleepless Nights. Hey, you look at the scratches for the Calgary Flames. Paul Ranheim is about to start skating again and should be back soon.
Claude Loisel just arrived here prior to game time.
Donald Dufresne with a shot off the draw that went off the glass. Loisel picked up in a trade with Quebec, did just arrive. His equipment's here, but they've chosen not to dress him tonight. There's a shot off the post by Russ Courtnall. Canadians' top line of Carbonneau, Courtnall, and McPhee on the ice, and they get another fine chance. So that's a crossbar and a post for the Canadians in this game. Al McInnes to Reichel, number 26 at center. He was turned back. There's Jean-Jacques Daigneault. Mike McPhee. His pass to Russ Courtnall. To Guy Carbonneau, and the play is offside.
Well, Jim, the Canadians have really had the best opportunities in this game, excluding the power play. They've still had the better of the scoring opportunities. Russ Courtnall, Pat Burns can't say enough about how he has played for him this season, especially this last part of the season. Courtnall just rang that one right off of the post. The line of Courtnall and Carbonneau and McPhee have been dominant for the Canadians.
They sit on the bench, and Ryan Walter comes out with Castles. And Tom Chorsky against the Nieuwendyk line that features Gary Roberts on the left wing and Sergei Makarov on the right side. Here's Makarov, number 42, in a crowd. He lost the puck, and Castles is back to get it, number 15 for the Canadians. Peter Svoboda playing defense with Lyle Odeline. Up the middle off the skate of Castles with Walter over the blue line, and Walter will hustle to the corner after the puck, and he got there first. Chorsky centering pass. Svoboda in front. He shoots. Vernon stopped him. The rebound is taken by Nieuwendyk and cleared down the ice. The scoring opportunities for the Canadians continue to mount, but there's still no score. Chorsky over the blue line, tried to go for the front of the net. Natras turned him back. Theron Fleury, number 14, on a 12-game point scoring streak over the blue line. Mateau goes for the net. Fleury shoots, deflected just wide. Mateau from behind the net. Fleury in front. Great save by Patrick Roy. There's the best Flames chance, and a quick shot by Theron Fleury, and Patrick Roy was up to that. Gilmore tripped coming off the boards. Almost 7 minutes into the first period, no score. Stéphane Mateau. Checked by Cote to the inboard. Savard and Gilmore after the puck, and Gilmore gets it. Fleury hovering around, and he comes in after the loose puck and gets it. Tried to feed the point. The Canadians intercept. Gilchrist with Keane and Savard over the blue line. Schneider moves up. He's turned back by Jamie McCowan.
With the exception of Fleury, the Flames are almost playing a defensive game out there against the Canadians, right in their own building.
Keane down on the puck, draws the stop in play. 12:38 left in the first.
And I make note, with the exception of Theron Fleury out there, who will pick up the puck as he did on that last shift and go straight through the Montreal Canadiens. He's on his way to possibly a 50-goal season. Watch this guy go. Who does he think he is? Wayne Gretzky out there, stick handling through 4 Canadiens and then getting off a shot that's just wide of Patrick Roy. Well, maybe a combination somewhere between Wayne Gretzky and Chris Nyland.
That's not bad. He's been doing a pretty good job in the second half of this season, instigating but not taking penalties. You know, he's only had 6 minutes in penalties since the All-Star break, but every time there's a little altercation on the ice, he seems to be in the middle of it, or at least he started it. But he's been on the ice to collect the points in the power play.
I'd like to know the number, though, that have been tallied up because of him.
Think we're in the thousands yet?
That might be modest.
Right in front of the net. Mark Hunter trying to put the puck in it. Patrick Roy was there to block that opportunity for the Flames. Here's Joel Otto at the side of the net. Couldn't handle the puck. LeBeau swept it away from him. Richer on the right wing. All alone. Fakes the shot. Spins around. LeBeau for Corson in front. And that pass was intercepted. Paul Fenton, number 18 for the Flames, tried to feed Otto, who was heading for the bench in a change. There's an icing call against the Canadiens.
Mark Hunter has a good chance right in front of Patrick Roy and just couldn't put that puck in. And that's been the type of season, a comeback season, that it's been for Mark Hunter. Only 10 goals, and his name has been bantered about right now with teams in the National Hockey League, and maybe one of the better Flame candidates to be traded by tomorrow. Mark Hunter just seems to have lost confidence, because there was a time when he had great touch around the net.
A long screen shot by Rick Natras was stopped by Patrick Roy. Svoboda and Tim Hunter jostle in front of the net.
Oh, yes, the battling Tim Hunter right in front of Patrick Roy. I think there's going to be a fair number of trades made that are going to involve foot soldiers before tomorrow. Teams looking to toughen up, and foot soldiers oftentimes have to be exchanged just to keep their motivation.
Svoboda took a pass from Odeline up the middle to Carbonneau, trying to feed McPhee, blazing down the left wing, and the pass was cut off. McPhee, Carbonneau, and Courtnall, the #1 Canadiens line on the ice. This is Robert Reichel. And now his line's coming off. Roberts, Makarov, and Nieuwendyk will get on the ice. Here's Gary Roberts. Reichel's in front. The shot is stopped just barely by Patrick Roy, who squeezed the puck between the pads as he went down.
Gary Roberts had 39 goals last year, 19 right now, but I don't think that many people can really be too critical of Gary Roberts. Last year was an exceptional year offensively for him. He adds a great deal to this line with Nieuwendyk and Makarov. If he only gets 25 goals this year, I still think that the Calgary Flames may be fairly pleased with Roberts, but I still think, and this dates back from last year, that they would like to see Roberts play a more grinding, aggressive game still, and it may help Nieuwendyk and Makarov even gain higher point totals than they already have.
Nieuwendyk set to face off against Ryan Walter. Nieuwendyk won the draw. Roger Johansson, number 21, comes in off the right point. Tried to wrap around, and he was held up by Matthew Schneider. Castles couldn't clear the puck against Roberts, who was at the blue line. Schneider flips it in the air and gets the puck to center. Johansson batted it down. The Canadians touch it, so the play's not stopped. Nearing the midway mark, first period. No score, the Flames and Canadians, as Walter takes a shot that's wide of the net. Walter, Castles, and Chorsky out for Pat Burns. Harry Suter. Nice pass out of the stick of Nieuwendyk. Flames are 3-on-2. The drop pass to Roberts. To Makarov, he shot it wide. Nieuwendyk couldn't get the puck off the boards. Now here's a 3-on-2 for the Canadians. Walter to Castles. Chorsky's coming late. The pass out front was stopped by McInnes. Al McInnes, the highest scoring defenseman in the NHL. Flips the puck down into the Montreal zone as his team changes on the fly. Intercepted pass by Fenton, and he couldn't hang on to it. Keane to Gilchrist. He dumps the puck just wide. Savard with a shot. Vernon made the save. Joel Otto's back for the puck for Calgary. Lost it to Savard, who's playing with Keane and Gilchrist. Brent Gilchrist dumps the puck in, and the Canadians will go in chasing after it. Denny Savard lost it. Vigneault's shot from the point was blocked. Mike Vernon will try to get it out himself. This time with a little help, the Flames get it to center. Mark Hunter. Vigneault got just a piece of him. Didn't stop him, though. However, Hunter lost the puck. Gilchrist tries to dump the puck in on a line change. And now the Canadians will complete that change as Richer comes off the bench. To LeBeau. Back to Richer. Stood up at the blue line nicely by Jamie McCowan. There's Theron Fleury. Looks around. Feeds the point. Natra shoots. Wow, the save. The rebound is cleared. McCowan races in to get it. Centering pass for Fleury didn't get through. Richer to LeBeau, and out come the Canadians. What a good pace to this game. No score in the first period. Richer. With some room, stopped by Vernon. Boy, did he ever get a lot of room.
Nice play by Vernon, though. He really came out quickly to cut down that angle on Richer.
LeBeau tried to make a move on Gilmore that didn't work.
Hey, this line of LeBeau, Corson, and Richer has been very good in this first period tonight.
LeBeau subbing for Brian Skrudlin, who was on that line. Theron Fleury. Gilmore trailing him. Gets the drop pass. Shot it just wide. Johansson moves up. From the point, Suter's shot. Tipped wide by Fleury. Alain Cote with time to move out. Russ Courtnall. Dumped the puck in for Montreal. Johansson and McPhee battle on the boards. Carbonneau's there. So is Tim Hunter. To the point. Cote. Couldn't keep it in for long. Here's Gary Roberts. Suter moves up on the play and takes the pass. Back come the Canadians, led by Guy Carbonneau. Russ Courtnall, their leading scorer, steps over the blue line, and he's stopped by McInnes. Just over 7 minutes to play. First period, no score. Robert Reichel, number 26. 19-year-old Czechoslovakian rookie takes the shot off the wing, easily stopped by Roy. And Courtnall flips the puck to center. Makarov turned back at the blue line. Trying to make out the chant here, Greer. Is it Go Flames Go or Go Habs Go? There's a lot of Canadian sweaters in this crowd tonight.
My daughter Wendy said to me, Dad, I think you've got to come up with some new kind of foods. Be different. Get on the cutting edge. She may be right. So I had an idea for a special chicken sandwich.
Introducing Wendy's Chicken Cordon Bleu, a boneless breast of chicken, ham, Swiss cheese, Grey Poupon, and mayonnaise on a toasted Kaiser bun.
That looks delicious.
Hey, Dad, where are you?
In the kitchen, on the cutting edge.
Try the new Chicken Cordon Bleu sandwich at Wendy's for a limited time.
Any stretch of the imagination, these two guys aren't old goalies, but you can sure conjure up some memories of great games they've played against each other over the years since coming into the league.
It was a great Stanley Cup final, wasn't there?
Lyle Odeline dumps the puck in for Montreal. Sergei Makarov. With Johansson running interference for him. Played the puck up to Mateau. Some line juggling being done by Doug Risebrough, the coach of the Flames. Roberts has been moved off this line. Mateau's out on it now. They're changing lines right now, are the Flames. Gary Suter. Oops. Passed the puck to Makarov, and he was headed for the bench. That's happened a couple of times to the Flames in this game. Mike Keane for the Canadiens dumps the puck in. Natras is there to flip it back down the ice. Denis Savard. Poke check nicely by Natras, and Otto's back for the puck. To the left wing, McCowan moves up. One man to beat, takes the shot. Centering pass. Mark Hunter in front, couldn't get the puck. Quick shift for the Flames. They're making another change now. Gilmore in to check Odeline around in the boards. Makarov to Roberts in front, and his backhander didn't miss by much. He didn't get a very good shot away, though. Here's Makarov, stick handling in the corner, spins away from Cote. Drops the puck off for Gilmore, and he lost it in a crowd of Canadians. 3-on-3, Denis Savard leads the Canadiens over center ice and dumps the puck in on a change. Under 5 minutes to play, first period, no score. Donald Dufresne. Corson to Stéphane Lebeau, number 47. He's checked by McInnes. McInnes to Nieuwendyk, and out come the Flames. Musil up to join Nieuwendyk. Number 3, František Musil centers. Nieuwendyk shot it wide. The rebound off the boards, and he's trying to tuck it in and can't by Patrick Roy, but the puck is loose. Roberts with the back pass. The return pass in front from Fenton didn't get to Roberts. Here's Nieuwendyk. Roberts is in front. The shot, a rebound. Cleared away by Stéphane Lebeau, and now the Flames are getting some chances.
And it's been Nieuwendyk's line that has led the way in scoring chances for the Flames.
I don't think Pat Burns